Good afternoon, chess fans, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Chess Tournament. I'm your host, Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, welcoming you to round 3, which is about to begin in 10 minutes. We're starting a little early today because I wanted to do a bit of a recap of the excitement that happened in round 2. I'm going to pick up at move 32 in the game between Luc Van Welle White against the then tournament leader Pavel Elyanov. Black had just played the move King H7 when the wheels came off. It was a little bit of a time trouble for Luc and the critical moment in the game. So far, I liked Black's position thanks to his centralized pieces on the d5 and e4 squares. Having said that, Black's queen is stuck out of the game at the moment on the a8 squares. I was really expecting Luc to play the move queen d7, just centralizing the queen in Black's camp, and at times there are even ideas that this queen could scurry over to the f7 square combined with h5, putting a little pressure on Black's king. The other nice aspect of having the queen on d7 is that when White does get in this move, knight d3 to f4, trying to break up Black's piece coordination, there'll be weak pawns on d5 and f5 if White could ever manage to capture the bishop on d5. So after queen d7, I really expected that rook d8, queen e7, we might just simply see a repetition and a draw would be, I think, a fair outcome. Having said that, this is where Luc blundered the game badly. Knight d3 to f4 looks good, but it has an immediate refutation that isn't that difficult to see, unfortunately, for Luc. After rook c1 check, king h2, queen d8. This, the power of this move, I think, was just lost on Luc. Perhaps he had imagined that he had already played the move queen d7, but you can see suddenly that with the queen on the d8 square, that things are now suddenly very tough for White as h4 is hanging. Unfortunately for Luc, there wasn't much he could do. Knight h3, queen takes h4, queen e8. Too little, too late, as after rook c4, Luc was simply a pawn down in the worst position, and he felt that it was time to try one last trick. He sacrificed an exchange to no effect as this very powerful move, knight g5, and suddenly we see this rook on c4, ready to tear across the board, either to the h4 square or even the g4 square. Black is about to mate White's king. Bishop h3, rook h4, f3. Here there were several ways, I think, for Black to secure the game. f4 certainly one of them. Takes, rook takes, queen c7, rook c4, and in view of the threat of rook c2 check, Luc had to give it up. Following the game, we had a short interview with the winner, Pavel, and we'd like to bring that to you and show it to you now.
Pavel, you are the sole leader with 2 out of 2. How does that feel?
Okay, I feel great, but okay, also I feel that I was a little bit lucky in both games because okay, first game was completely unclear and maybe at one point I was in danger, but okay, it was not that easy. But today also was an interesting game. I had some initiative, but in time trouble I saw that also position wasn't that clear and. It was a little trap, and Luc fallen in this trap.
Which one was the trap?
Yeah, after he played knight f4, okay, he made some threats, but after check and queen d8, some geometry, and probably I'm first who is mating in every line, but I didn't see any defense.
What do you think he had to do instead of knight f4?
Yeah, queen d7. We had some little analysis, and we were unable to find something clear for black. I mean, I have a draw probably, but not that clear whether I have something more.
Last but not least, do you have a secret morning routine that you do before the game, pre-game routine? Can you share with us something that you do every day? Maybe that's the secret of your success.
Yeah, the only routine is try to repeat in time all the lines in my notebook. That's all.
Thank you and good luck.
The next game I would like to show you was between world champion Magnus Carlsen versus Radoslav Wojtaszek from the second round. I'm going to pick up the action after the move 27 by Magnus. He had just played the move queen g4, and this is where Radoslav got on the wrong track and it cost him the game. He played the move rook a6, which simply it's not needed. The move rook a6 is motivated by the desire to overprotect the pawn on g6. But in truth, this could have been done in a much superior form. Instead of rook a6, the correct move was simply to play bishop h6, bringing the bishop to a nice diagonal in order to meet the move h5 with the move king g7, overprotecting the pawn on g6, and very importantly, getting out of the pin so that the pawn on g6 is very well protected. After the move rook a6, it's not by any means the losing move, but it's a strong step in the wrong direction. Magnus played h5, just trying to put further pressure against black's king. Queen f4, also not a very good move. Queen e2, queen dropped back to f6, protecting the rook. And now after the move queen b5, black is definitely under considerable pressure. This move, however, queen c6, was just a blunder, a stone-cold blunder. Radoslav had felt that the pawn on e5 was simply, you couldn't capture it because of queen takes e5, bishop d6, and white loses the exchange on g3. However, in time trouble, what he only belatedly realized was that after bishop d6, h takes g6 is a terrific queen sacrifice that simply checkmates black. Bishop takes, double check, king to f8, rook g8 check, king, and then after promotion, king d7, queen d8 would be checkmate. After queen takes e5, white had won a pawn and went on to secure a very nice victory by the world champion. Not so much as a gift, but it was certainly a present. Let's take Magnus's, let's go to an interview with Magnus.
Are you going to give me an interview every day?
Probably not, no.
If you keep on winning?
We'll see.
And the second important question is, how much of an inspiration is Sergei Karyakin to you as far as your opening choice?
Today he was a huge inspiration, of course, but I mean, I was wondering during the game after e5 why not to go knight f5, so it was too tempting to, to give it a try.
You just made it up at the board, knight f5.
No, I mean, no, for sure not. But I just checked it yesterday.
What about the rest of the game? Where do you think that he made a mistake?
Well, first of all, I think, he missed this queen g4 stuff, and then it's kind of very pleasant for white, and then I think I misplayed it and it was more or less equal. But he yeah, this move rook a6 was probably quite poor. He lost the thread around there, and I mean afterwards I think I could have won quicker, but I didn't see it, and I just didn't want to take any chances.
How about tomorrow? Are you already thinking about your tomorrow's game?
Well, I don't know who I'm playing, so we'll see.
Not yet. Good luck then.
Thank you.
A happy defending champion Magnus Carlsen recalling his victory from game 2. We're about to start here in Vaikanse, but before we do that, let's just take a look at the standings in the Masters as well as the Challengers group. We'll begin with the Masters. So we have Pavel Elyanov at +2, Magnus Hari Krishna +1. Lots of people at 50%, including Hari Krishna, Aronian, Wesley So, Anish Giri, Wei Yi, Dmitry Andreikin, Ian Nepomanachi, Sergei Karyakin, and at -1 is Richard and Wojciech, Luke Van Velde, and Adiban are all at -1. Now let's take a look at the challengers. Rager at +2. Ilya Smirin +1 with Gawain Jones, Benjamin Bach. Dobrov with 50%. Eric Hansen 50%. Niels 50%. Jeffrey Zhang also at 50%, but with a win and a loss. Tari and Jordan Van Forest -1, along with Erwin Lamy and Lu and Supiko at -1. At -2 is Tin Lee. All right, we are underway here in round 3. As you can see on stage, the cameramen, the journalists have their 5 minutes to take as many photos of the players as they possibly can. All right, the pairings. Dmitry Andreikin is white against Magnus Carlsen. Wesley So is white against Richard Rapport. Sergei Karyakin white against Luke Van Velde. Yi Wei white against Ian Nepomanachi. Pavel Elyanov at +2, playing a player in second place, Bentali Harikrishna. Bhaskaran Adiban white against Levon Aronian, and Radislav Wojciech is white against Anish Giri. Let us begin with the game between Dmitry Andreikin and Magnus Carlsen. I see a move for Dmitry. No response from Magnus. He may be running a little late. 1d4 by Dmitry. And I'll go to the game of Wesley So versus Richard Rapport. Wesley, knight f3, knight f6, g3. Again, an attempt to stop Richard from playing g5. How is he going to do it? He didn't. He played instead b7, b6, inviting white to either kind of a hedgehog or Catalan, or even Queen's Indian play with the move b7, b6. Rather unusual move on move 2, but certainly that is a fine move. No problem there. Let's go to the game of Sergei Karyakin versus Luke Van Velde. Now they are much more they've played many more moves, and a big surprise for me, Luke Van Velde has essayed a perk defense. Luke Van Velde, really a notorious Sicilian player, loves the Sicilian, has switched today to the perk defense. And interesting, Sergei has played the most dangerous and critical line, in my view, f4, the so-called Austrian attack. White builds up a very nice, formidable center of pawns and is constantly aiming for the move e4, e5 in this line of play. Bishop g7, bishop d3, a little sophisticated move, castles, knight f3, knight c6. All right, knight c6, of course, is one of the main lines. I'm more familiar with the line that goes knight a6, playing for the move c7, c5, attacking white in the center. Knight c6, is playing for the move e7, e5, also attacking in the center. But this particular line, I'm trying to recall, but I believe it even goes back to Bobby Fischer in his marvelous opus 60 Memorable Games. E4, e5, takes, knight d5 is a line of play that Bobby Fischer liked for white. After castles, black has two options. The first is bishop g4, pinning the knight on f3, attacking the pawn on d4, and the second line is e5 right away, variation, takes, and d5. Oops, excuse me, and d5. In both cases, I like white's prospects. That's why I'm not a big fan of Luke's 6-move knight c6. Let me just get an update on the game and see what Sergei played. I believe we do have e5 at the board. Following in the footsteps of Bobby Fischer. Not bad footsteps to follow in. All right, we'll leave the players in that game and continue our jaunt around the stage. Ooh, we have a poison pawn. Wei Yi versus Ian. The Chinese talent opened e4, c5, and Ian essaying everybody's favorite Najdorf. And only very recently, the trend has become bishop g5. We saw this in the London Chess Classic, a number of games with bishop g5. More or less in the years, the 1990s and 2000s, let me just click that off, bishop e3 was the very big trend, and tons of games occurred in this variation of the so-called English attack. Eventually, white players got tired of the move bishop e3, settling on other moves, including the, well, I don't even know what to call it. Can we call it the Vaikonze variation? a2, a3 against the Najdorf? We don't know. We'll leave that for others to label. Bishop g5 was Wei Wei's choice. e6, f4, h6, bishop h4. And there's some very, very good reasons why black wants to include the move h7, h6 in this particular line of the poison pawn. Because after queen b6, one thing white can't do is he can't just bail out of the sharp lines with knight b3, because after queen e3 check, he's picking up this pawn on f4, which would be protected if the bishop was still on the g5 square. So after queen b6, instead of playing the sharp stuff that goes queen d2, queen takes b2, and what has been analyzed to extraordinary depth, this poison pawn, again, a very big favorite of Bobby Fischer, we played instead a3. The point is queen takes b2 is now unplayable as the queen gets trapped after the move knight c3, a4. There's no squares for the queen to retreat. So a3, knight b d7, bishop e2, and after bishop e2, Ian played a move I'm completely unfamiliar with. Not to say in any measure that I'm an opening expert in this variation, but e6, e5. That's an extraordinarily unexpected move to my mind. Normally speaking, in these structures, black is very happy to maintain his e6, d6, a6 pawn structure, classical, what Americans would call Scheveningen structures, which the Dutch would cringe at for my pronunciation. Scheveningen is a better attempt. But e6, e5, oh my goodness, what on earth is that? Why is that move attractive? I really cannot tell you. My first instinct would be to capture on e5, and if the pawn, and when the pawn is recaptured, I'm looking this move, knight f5, looks very attractive to my eyes, because once again, queen takes b2 is simply met by knight a4. Normally speaking, in a Sicilian, whenever white can establish knights on the f5 or d5 squares, as we saw yesterday in Magnus Carlsen's game, white is a very happy camper. Having said that, there was something that Ian found attractive about this particular line, and I'm going to let him explain it to us, because this one looks very good for white, but I'm sure we're in the player's preparation. Let's continue our waltz, and we will go to the game of our tournament leader, Pavel, as he's playing against Pentala. Both players are in first and second place. Pavel opens knight f3, c4, c5, and d5 right away. C takes d5, knight takes d5. For players who like to play the Grunfeld defense, you basically have to kind of play the move d5. Oops, let me just turn that off. You have to play d5 at these parts. If you try to play into a Grunfeld, for example, with the move g6, you're not going to get it. You're going to find yourself in a Maroczy bind immediately after e4, followed by d4. Something that black players are trying to avoid, hence the move d5. C takes d5, knight takes d5, e3. After e6, the players could transpose into a isolated queen pawn, oftentimes coming from a Caro-Kann. The most popular move here for black is bishop b4. So the players are still in theory. After e3, e6, can white avoid d4? He could possibly play something like a Tarrasch. Knight takes d5, e takes d5, d4, and try to give his opponent the isolated queen pawn. The trade of knights on d5, the jury's out as to who it favors. Normally speaking, the player with the isolated queen pawn wants to have pieces on the board. So there is an option here for Pavel. Also to mention that after knight takes d5, queen takes d5, I wouldn't really suggest this move. Although it looks nice to keep the structure intact, I like white's position after, for example, b3, knight c6, bishop c4, followed quickly by bishop b2. And I simply like I want to say the fluidity, the harmony of white's pieces. His development advantage is significant in my opinion. All right, let's continue our look. I'll just update the board for a second. And Pavel is thinking how to react with either d4 or knight takes d5. Okay. Radislav versus Anish. The players are really very quickly. Some players are slow playing their opening, like Pavel, and some players are just galloping into their preparation. Anish Giri with black has just chosen to defend with the Slav defense. Oops. That updated quickly. Knight f3, knight f6. e3, bishop f5. This seems to be a very popular way of meeting the Slav, this knight f3, e3, bishop e4, f2, f3. It may look a little bit strange that black is moving his bishop first to the e4 square and only afterwards retreating it to the g6 square, but the idea of provoking the move f2, f3 is to cause some weaknesses on the king side, and most especially against the h2 pawn. After bishop g6, queen b3, queen c7. We can see one idea of black strategy with the queen coming to c7. Black is anticipating that a capture on g6 is going to give black counterplay against the h2 pawn. Bishop d2, bishop e7, g3, all mainline theory so far. Castles, and let me update the game. e6, e5. Well, well, well. e6, e5. That's a very courageous move. I'm not familiar with that particular move. I really respect Anish as an opening theoretician. He works very, very hard on his preparation. So e6, e5, certainly well prepared. Now the question is black doing white a favor by opening up the position for the two bishops by playing e5 so quickly? d4, d5 by Radislav. Obviously white is hoping this would be simply a disaster for black, this position where white's two bishops white's two bishops in an open position is going to give the first player a very nice pull. So obviously d5, you're not capturing it. But then what is black doing? One thing he might consider doing is playing the move knight b6 and more or less accepting that he will get a weak pawn on the c6 square in return for some dynamic play in the center as well as the queen side. Another possibility that Anish may have in mind could be the move knight c5. Now this looks much more exciting. One idea is that if the queen steps back to c2, to consider playing b5 with the idea of playing b4 and hopefully grabbing the pawn on d5. I'm a pawn grubber, love being a pawn to the good, and this might be something that Anish has prepared. So a sharp theoretical game going on here. Let's take a look at our final game, and we will come back to Magnus in a moment, because when we started with Magnus, he simply wasn't at the board. All right. Bhaskaran versus Levon. d4, knight f6, knight f3, bishop f4. It's white London system. White playing the London system is very, very hard for the white player to get anything against the classical defenses that Levon plays so very well. So bishop f4 is an attempt to mix things up. Levon, recognizing the trend, doubtlessly well prepared, also following the games of Magnus very carefully. Magnus has bishop f4 in his repertoire. Has played c5, e3, knight c6, c3, e6, knight b2, bishop e7. I never really understood why bishop d6 wasn't just simply a good equalizing move. To my mind, black is fine after this move. I think it's actually the main move. Bishop e7 has a subtle nuance. With the move bishop e7, black actually is threatening to play the move knight f6, h5, possibly capturing this bishop on f4. And if white plays the move h2, h3, then the move bishop d6, white earns the tempo h3, but now he can't simply retreat his bishop to g3 because the h2 pawn is on h3. So after the move bishop e7, Bhaskaran played knight e5. By the way, has a double point, not only bringing the knight to the desirable e5 square, but also protecting the h5 square. Very quickly, knight d7 by Levon. Must say I'm not a big fan of the move bishop d3. I think we all know from the World Championship match between Boris Spassky and Tigran Petrosian. It made a great impression on me. The game, it wasn't this particular position, but it was the game where Petrosian played in g5, bishop g3, h5. After h3, what Petrosian did is he fianchettoed his bishop to the queen side and castled long, and this pawn on e5 was more of a liability than an asset, and it was actually one of the most beautiful games I ever saw when I was a kid. I thought it was just fantastic play by Tigran Petrosian. Anyway, let me get caught up on the position. This is the moment that Levon can capture on e5. And again, I do like the ideas for black very much. After knight e5 takes, g5, and h5, I would prefer to have black. I'm not a big fan of what Bhaskaran has done here. All right, and now we'll go back to our game of the world champion as Magnus has found his way to the board, and he is playing against Dmitry Andreikin. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3. As Magnus could expect, his opponent does enjoy, like Vladimir Kramnik, like many others, enjoys playing the Catalan. g3, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, and bishop d6. This again has become a very trendy, fashionable line for black. In the old days, bishop e7 was played by Anatoly Karpov and many, many others besides. That was the main line, bishop g2, and everybody went castles, castles, and now either the move c7, c6, just c7, c6 was the way of playing the Catalan, but what happened instead was bishop d6, bishop g2, castles, castles, knight b8, d7. Essentially, Magnus is goading or trying to provoke his opponent into playing a very early c4, c5. I must say, I like gaining space, especially when I can do it with a gain of a tempo, but this is certainly the type of play that Magnus is willing to accept. Instead of c5, the move queen c2, a very standard move, protecting the pawn on c4, was Dmitry's choice. c7, c6. Now, after the move c6, I think a lot of players like the gambit for a gambit line of play for white that would go knight c3, d5 takes c4, e2, e4, e6, e5, and away you go. Lots of games have been played like that. Bishop f4 was Dmitry's choice. Bishop takes, g takes, b6, knight e5, and we have a very full-bodied game in front of us. And also we have a very special guest. Anna Rudolf is going to join me here for
It's such a pleasure to be commentating with you.
Well, welcome,
It's a
welcome.
dream come true for
No,
me. It is a
no.
dream come true.
Now I see that you've been working here at Baikonze, bringing
Yes.
interviews to
I was
everybody.
behind the camera and I decided that it was the moment to come in front of it as well.
Okay. So far, how have you been enjoying the competition?
A lot. Baikonze is such a special place. As Aronia noted at the opening ceremony, you breathe chess. This is where the soul of chess is everywhere. You just walk on the streets, you see chess everywhere, in the bars, in the restaurants, in the cafes. You see chess players in the supermarket. You just can't avoid seeing chess.
Exactly.
It's such a special place.
And it's a kind of a nice job, I think. You get a chance to talk to the players, interviewing them.
Yeah.
A lot of players are camera shy. A lot of people are camera shy. who has the easiest rapport in front of the camera amongst the players? They
That's a good
avoid,
question.
they don't try to run away from you.
I think the top players are used to it, so they are already so professional, not only on the chessboard, but also they are so professional in terms of taking interviews that they are okay with it. But I think, well, those who are very easy, they're very good communicators, Magnus Carlsen, Anish
Certainly.
Giri,
Yes,
Anish Giri, of course,
he is
Luke
very
van
witty.
Baarle,
Luke,
Levon Aronian.
yes.
I'm sure I should be naming more, but right now I'm like, who else is
Who's
like
the
one of
most difficult player, the hardest
Difficult.
one
Oh.
to
Well,
catch?
I think sometimes it's about the language barrier, because I feel like,
Yes.
for instance, some of
With
the
the
Chinese
Chinese players.
players, they don't speak English that much. So I wish I could interview Wei Yi, but sometimes it's just so difficult to get him
Right.
because he doesn't understand your questions. Also, I interviewed Andreikin, and he's a very nice person, but he did not understand half of my questions.
Really?
So Jan Nepomniachtchi was actually
You-
working as an
translator.
interpreter. Exactly. So
Right.
sometimes you need a third-party help in order to interview the players.
All right. Well, very good. Well, getting started, and let me just update the game between Dmitry and Magnus Carlsen. We've seen the structure oftentimes, these double pawns on f2, f4. Of course, the plus for white is that you get a little bit extra grip on the e5 square. The negative, as we saw yesterday between Luke and Pavel, is that sometimes you just got a weak king.
Indeed.
A weak king.
That was such a pity for Luke. I talked to Pavel about it. Maybe
Yes,
you have seen the interview that
we showed it.
he could have basically achieved a draw, at least with Queen D7, preventing Queen D8 attacking the white king on H2, but he missed
Exactly.
it. He completely missed this Queen D8 idea.
Which
Because-
is kind of strange, right?
Yeah.
Because as a player, you want to go in there and get the guy. You know,
Exactly.
like you get
Yeah.
an opportunity to play a move like Queen D7, you go for it. I don't know if you know the theory very well. It looks like it's just very straightforward to me. Although
Yeah.
I must say that Magnus is thinking quite here. I think a lot of players would probably just simply play Bishop B7, say, okay, look, you're attacking my pawn on C6. I'm going to defend it. I'm going to play Rook C8. And on a good day, I'm looking forward to playing C6, E5. We have to interpret that because Magnus is spending so long, he's thinking about something
Even more straightforward.
a little bit, well, yeah, straightforward, but maybe a little bit, I want to say, not as creative as Richard, but there is an issue. There is an issue. If you look at the position, there's a pawn on G3 that's missing.
That's true.
That's missing. So, when the pawn on G3 is missing, you go, aha, I know what I want to do. I want to put a knight on F4.
Yes, that would be beautiful.
Or I want to put a knight on H4. So you take, and you do something very strange. You play the move knight G4. Now you look at this and you go, what on earth are you doing, Yasser? You go, what? This is crazy.
You want the Queen H4
You
and
want the
mate.
queen on H4 and a checkmate. So now you start thinking, well, you can drive the knight away, but aren't you giving black what he wants, which is this idea of repositioning the knight on H4. Now, I'm not saying white's lost or anything like that. I'm just trying to get into the head of Magnus, and he's sitting there saying, maybe I can punish my opponent for being creative with
Yes.
these doubled F pawns. Otherwise, he's going to play Bishop B7 after a nice
True.
15-minute thing.
But I think you got what he's thinking about, because Bishop B7 is such a natural move. But if
Straightforward.
he's thinking, it means that he has something else in his mind.
Right.
What do you think about the Bishop D6 line? Because I saw that Andreikin, I was standing next to them the moment Magnus played Bishop D6, and I saw that Andreikin was surprised by this Bishop D6 move. And it's not like a novelty, but
No,
maybe he was
no.
not expecting it from Magnus.
Perhaps it caught him a little bit off guard. In fact, Bishop D6, I was mentioning, has become trendy amongst the top players of today. Bishop E7, everybody and his
Yes.
brother has played so many times. So Bishop D6 could have been expected, but there are reasons why the old guys preferred bishop e7, and it is to deal with. It has much to do with this move c4 c5 gaining a tempo. Since it didn't happen, neither white nor black seem to be worried about it. It turns out, in my mind, that this trade is actually great for black. Black's a little bit cramped, so when you trade off these dark squared bishops, one of the nice things is that this queen actually enjoys a nice little square that the bishop would otherwise kind of hem the queen in. So we are here, and Magnus to play. Another nice point. I'm always one of those players. I love my pieces as active as I possibly can be. When you play the move bishop b7, you accept that, at least for a time, the bishop on b7 is passive. No question about it. On a good day, of course, you want to play bishop a6. Just that simple. Your bishop is much happier on a6. It has a nice view. Who knows, you may ambush the rook, you get this pawn on c4, the pawn on e2. Of course, sad to say that you would be very unhappy with the loss of your pawn on c6. Hence, we go back for a moment. We play this move, we play this move knight takes e5. We play this move fe, knight, and we think to ourselves, if I'm black and it's my move, I'm going to play bishop a6.
Exactly.
Right?
Black is very active.
Very active. And again, I'm looking at Magnus, and he really does not look at this moment like he's prepared to play bishop b7 and just go along with white's script.
True.
World champion, he can pull off some interesting tricky ideas. He looks like he's ready to do something very aggressive, like this. First thought, do you think this is a reasonable approach, or is it too
No, I think you got
creative?
it right. I think this is what he's aiming for. I'm not sure about how he woke up today, because I think this is one of his worst hair days. But I
It looks
think
like he just got-
chess-wise, he's doing fine.
He fell out of the bed,
Yes.
did he? Okay. Was he late, by the way? Because
He wasn't late.
He was just thinking how to respond to d4 then.
I think so. I did not realize at least he was being late. Maybe he was just waiting for outside. He did not run into the playing hall. That's actually a good question, because I took it for granted that everybody was sitting. I was
The board.
recording the players for my vlog.
Oh, very
And
good.
so I took
Tell
it
us
for-
about your blog.
It's a vlog, so that's like a video blog for chess.com. So hopefully you guys will see it soon.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to make some kind of a behind the scenes films, and also I will one day walk here with my camera and record you as well. Yes, sir, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Well, I'll be on camera and on the blog as well. Also, are you doing with the social media?
Exactly.
The ask the move questions.
Yes,
and
that's
tell us
good
about
that you
that.
mentioned, because if you guys would like your question to be asked to any of the top players, I will make sure that we read those questions. You just need to use the hashtag #PopYourQuestion. So on Twitter, hashtag #PopYourQuestion.
Very
And
good.
those questions will be directed to the players. We cannot ask all the questions, but we will try to select as many as possible. And I think it's such a great chance that you are like, I always wondered why Magnus... And so you can ask your question.
Very
And it's
good.
not just me interviewing the players, but the people, the audience who really cares about their games, their players, their favorite players
Right.
playing here in Vaikonse, they can ask the questions as well.
Well, you're in a kind of a nice situation because you get to ask your question.
Yes, it's a privilege.
Right. Now, when you sit down, for example, with a Magnus or with Sergey, because obviously champion and challenger and everything, do you have a question that you want to ask Magnus, but you're reluctant? But
so
you're
many
reluctant.
questions, yes. Sometimes I don't ask all the questions
That you want?
come in my mind. Maybe I will reserve them for a moment when I think that, for instance, Magnus is
In a
happier.
better mood. In a better mood.
You should be careful when you ask what question, and especially about the World Chess Championship match. also yesterday, you know, when you see that Magnus played the opening that Karyakin played in the first round.
Right.
So I was like, well, I hope he wins this game because I want to ask whether Karyakin was his inspiration.
Exactly.
But if he loses the game, you can't just say that.
No. I remember when Garry Kasparov was world champion, and oftentimes the journalists were indeed on eggshells, wondering what question they would like to ask. Ladies' choice, where would you like to go?
Wow, well, that's great. I think I always want to see the tournament leader, Pavel Alyanov, and Wesley So. That's
Yes.
my other pick for the day.
So-
and Karyakin van Vela. How could I forget that one as well? The Kings in the end. That are just too many games to follow, Yasser.
Exactly. Okay, well, let's go with Pavel's game because it is, of course, the two top players on the score board currently facing off against each other. We left it at these parts. This was an interesting moment, and I felt that there was two choices, and naturally Pavel played the third. Naturally. So the first
It happens
choice.
often with us.
Yes. So the first choice, of course, is that white just plays d4, and that you get what is happily called isolated queen pawn positions. You see this variation coming from a Caro Kann, a Queen's Gambit declined, many other lines of play. The second was to capture, and if black were to recapture, then it's an isolated queen pawn, this time on black side of the board. And the move I actually like is knight takes, queen takes, b2, b3, with this idea that you could just simply play bishop c4 with a tempo, bishop b2, and white's position's very harmonious. Instead, bishop c4 was the third choice. I didn't mention it. Knight c6, castles, bishop e7, and it's interesting that Pavel is delaying the move d2, d4. I don't quite understand the subtlety of it, but he played queen e2. So for me, this is a little bit nothing untoward has actually been done thus far, but it's a little bit different. It's a little bit off the beaten track, and one of the problems that the top players have is getting a position with play.
Yes.
The players are so well prepared. Gaining an advantage is one problem, but also gaining a position where you get your opponent out of their comfort zone. Queen e2 is a little bit of a tricky attempt to do precisely that. Having said that, I don't exactly see how else white is going to play if not for the move d4.
Maybe he just wants to change the move order, as you said, so
A
that
little
to
bit.
confuse the opponent a bit, rook d1 and then d4.
Yes.
But yes, it won't refute the black's
No.
position, but at least it's about psychology as well, and not going for the very main line and accepting a draw.
There you go. All right, so that's what the players are facing, and castles
Castle, yes.
was played. You mentioned Wesley. Boy,
So many moves.
so many. Like I said, yes, indeed. When we have left it, we had actually left it. Just sometimes it's just very hard to predict Richard's second move.
Yes.
Okay, already at this position.
He could have gone b5 if he wanted.
B5, C5, D6, E6, G6, you name it. He chose B6, and then the play went very quickly into a Queen's Indian, where black has actually already committed his bishop, to the B7 square. Oftentimes in the modern treatment of the Queen's Indian, a lot of players prefer the bishop A6, so Wesley suckered Richard into a move order where he was forced to play the old line. Nothing's wrong with the old line, by the way. Castles, castles, knight c3, knight e4. Bishop d2 has become essentially the only move here. Bishop f6, and boy, if you want to talk about preparation, I remember in the days of Anatoly Karpov, a lot of players took this position incredibly deeply, which for those days was remarkable, 20 moves. So both players are well into their library. Queen takes d2, all of these moves are very standard. Remember, I once essayed a line. It was a kind of a funny line. I was playing against Alexander Shabalov, a man who really needs no introduction and no you don't have to invite him to play sharply. He's going to do it regardless. And I tried to sucker him into playing knight c6, which he did. He went immediately into it. And it was a very, very hard-fought draw, but I wouldn't recommend it. Instead, I do like what Richard played, e5 to stop this maneuver of knight f3 to d4 to c6. So, it's a King's Indian position with one pair of minor pieces being traded off. Obviously, the bishop is misplaced on b7, but it's not staying there. Okay. H2, H4, that's a confounding move. A lot of players, club players especially, are going to have a very hard time understanding that move. What is that move about? It's actually a defensive move. Really?
Is it?
Yes. The idea from Black's point of view is Black wants to play, obviously, in a King's Indian style way, g6, bishop g7, f5, and f4. Go get them. Okay. So you play the move h4 so that when the player plays g6, you will then play the move h5, you'll trade once, and then the move f5 doesn't really come with a punch. So the idea of the move h4 is to discourage Black from playing f5. Secondly, I mentioned just in passing that this bishop is no great shakes. Neither is this one. With the move h4, White is also anticipating bringing his bishop to the h3 square, looking down this diagonal. On a good day, White wants to go b4, c5. We understand that he's going to crush you on the queen side, and Black's not going to allow it. But then the point is, where is Black getting his play? And h4 is a very good defensive move. a5, trying to slow down b4. The nice thing about all of these moves is I really understand them because I've seen them all before. King g2, bishop c8.
What about this exchange of the bishops, of the large square bishops? Is it something that White wanted, that Black wanted, they both wanted it? How do you see this exchange?
Definitely that White wanted. That is to say, the exchange of light square bishops is in White's favor. White's light square bishop can become very, very passive behind these triangle of pawns, c4, d5, e4. Black has the two bishops. Black doesn't want to trade the bishops, but in truth, this bishop on h3 is controlling such a nice diagonal, he has no choice. Having said that, White's only real advantage in the position is actually space.
Yes.
He just has more space. Black is cramped. And long term, of course, White wants to give the knight on c5 the boot. From Black's point of view, he also has another problem, his bishop on f6. It looks good, but it's doing nothing. Much like the bishop on h3, that dark square bishop wants to come to the h6 diagonal. That would be its best chance of getting activity. Let's see how the players continued. Trades, and we have this situation. Again, White has a smidge of space, but there's no weaknesses in Black's camp. There's no, his king is safe. He has his fair share of the center. And overall, in the good old days, they would assess this position as slightly better, but basically solid play by Black.
Do you think that a player like Richard Rapport feels that this is too passive for him?
Oh, without question, he's one of those players who would like to have more pieces on the board. But sometimes you're just not gifted that opportunity, and you just have to play the position, the cards that have been dealt. Against the move b6. It could have been a hedgehog position. It could have been quite a different game altogether. It was really White who was kind of dictating the course, and Richard just flowed with how the game unfolded.
On the other hand, a draw with Wesley So is of course a great result. Wesley is in super shape ever since July the 16th.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that he would not mind taking a draw, but Wesley, I don't think he's aiming for a draw.
No, I think Wesley is a very pragmatic player. He understands, of course, that with White, the advantage is on his side of the table. And I think from his point of view, he simply is looking to press. Give him a little bit of a plus, fine. He'll take it, and he'll play for the opportunities the position offers. He doesn't get a plus, okay, draw.
Next game. Next try.
And it doesn't affect him at all. I mean, so he's very pragmatic in that. And it was noted in the London Chess Classic as well. It's like when he gets opportunities, he's very good at taking advantage of them. When there's no opportunity to be had, he's happy to put the pieces back in the box and say, okay, good deal.
And there are so many rounds here that this is really the tournament where you can do this. You just wait for the opportunity, and there will be, because there are 13 rounds to play. So
exactly.
I think that's a good strategy.
And since a lot of players are roller coaster riding, sometimes you can get them on the downswing, and you say, okay, that's my target. Everybody in the tournament is so strong. There's no body at this moment with a target on their back.
Not yet.
Not
Not yet.
We'll find out around the 4th and 5th rounds who to target.
Yes.
And
before we go to the next game, we wanted to show the viewers a clip that we prepared about the Tata Steel Masters answering the question, what is their favorite opening? What's your favorite chess opening?
I have no idea, but let's say something between Sicilian and Grunfeld, no?
Chess opening, maybe Sicilian.
My favorite chess opening is Tarrasch system.
Let it be English opening.
Sicilian?
Although I've been mated a zillion times, I still stick to my Sicilian, so it's still a lot of fun.
Well, we're all charmed by Luke's little boy. You were
Nicholas,
saying,
definitely.
you were saying he wanted to go for the microphone, huh?
Exactly. I think the interview lasted for like 2 minutes because I asked more questions. You will see those questions soon coming as well. And Nicholas was just so charmed by the microphone. It must be the color. I know the shape is like a toy for him. So he really wanted to grab it. And the whole interview was about Nicholas trying to take the microphone from me.
Very good. 3 months old?
Older. I thought he was, I think, 6, 7. It's a big boy already.
I know.
Time is flying. 3 months old is baby Giri.
Right. Sorry. That's right.
Yes, but I also thought, actually, yesterday I asked him, how old is he? 3 months.
3 months.
Yes.
Okay, where are we going to go? Shall we go back to Magnus for a second?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, let's see. Oh, look at that. Yes, sir.
Oh, I
Are
can
you
guess.
his second?
No. But I can channel at times the players. And with Magnus, one of the things that I really like about Magnus, for me, there was quite a number of players that their moves I simply couldn't guess. Ivanchuk, Vasil. Oh, Vasil. He just drove me crazy in our games. But I really liked and I understood Anatoly Karpov. I could see his focus and his direction. Garry Kasparov, I knew where he was going. Very rarely would they surprise me. But with Magnus, I can guess his moves, but what's interesting is when Magnus stops to think, I know he's going to do something creative. That's like a real tell. When Anatoly stopped to think, what he was doing was simply reassuring himself that his plan was the correct one. Garry the same. He was just checking his calculations and was going ahead, right? When Magnus stops to think, I think, okay, now he's going to pull a rabbit out of his hat. Then I have to start looking where he's intending to go.
And you found it. This is
And I
exactly what
found
you you
it.
were explaining. Knight
Yes.
g4 and bishop a6. Next move.
Knight d2 and bishop a6. So this is Magnus wishing, like we all should do, is making his pieces as active as possible. He didn't want to keep his bishop buried on b7. He went for this very active approach, bishop a6. And again, it feels kind of strange, like, this almost looks like a bug house game. Give me a pawn, like my g3 pawn is missing. I want to cement my king. I want to put a pawn on
he
d3.
ask like another Russian player like Nepomniachtchi to give him a pawn?
Exactly, team chess. So knight g4, bishop a6. What do you think? An annoying moment for Dmitry, because he can see that there are issues. Queen h4 is going to create some problems around his king. No chess player wants their opponent's pieces hovering around their king. No, exactly. So it's annoying that white is confronted early with this challenge that maybe his king's under duress. What would your approach be if you were white? You've now been surprised.
Yes.
Annoyingly so.
Annoyingly surprised, and I would like go away.
Yeah,
but
yes,
if you
leave me
change
alone.
the knight away, then as you said, the knight will go to h6 and then f5 and h4. That's even more annoying, probably. So it's just I don't see the clear solution.
Right. That I'm with you 100%, Anna. I think that it's one thing to drive the knight from g4 because you got to move h3. Once the knight gets to h4, there's no kicking.
No, that's when you need Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, and give me the pawn. I want to put it on g3. So if we are not attracted to the move h3, we want some kind of resolution on the c file. Should we play the move queen a4? That's the question. The problem as I see it, and this is actually a very nice tactic that I think that the club players should really put this pattern in their mind. When you see this position, your initial reaction is, oh, this is a good move. Like, look how sweet this is. I'm attacking the bishop, I'm attacking the pawn, and if he takes on c4, I'll play knight takes. When the pawn takes on c4, my bishop and queen, until you're hit with the move b6,
Yes,
b5,
unpleasant
and then
intermediate move.
and then you turn bright red, and you feel like you stepped into a very cold shower. It's very unexpected feelings, and that's a very nice tickle. So the seductive move, queen a4, is actually a step in the wrong direction. e4 also feels wrong. Like e4 immediately, my first thought is that this pawn on d4
Will be very weak.
yeah, is inadequately protected, so that, sorry, just a second, I pressed the wrong key. One day it will all be voice activated, and I'll just simply say,
Oh, I
highlight
wish
the
this could
square.
happen. You know how many times that there are mouse slips when I'm commentating, and you're
Exactly.
like, "Oh, not that square, not this arrow. I'm sorry."
Right, highlight the d4 pawn
Exactly.
over me,
No,
would you
that
please?
would be so useful for commentators.
Absolutely. So I feel that the move e4 is mistimed because after takes, the problem is the pawn. You would like to have a rook on d1. It's annoying. I'm not sure exactly what white should do myself.
Do you think if he goes rook d1 first in order to prepare e4? Although I'm not even sure
First
how
of
to
all,
place the rooks because
Well, you actually have to do this one because, of course,
exactly
when you do
queen
it,
h4. But if you
Yes.
leave the f1 rook on f1, then once again, as you said, the a6 bishop on that diagonal can be annoying. You can't just do whatever you want with the e2 pawn. There will be a pin.
do you have that in Spanish that the at the end of the rainbow is the treasure chest? So at the end of the diagonal.
I don't know about that. And arcoiris. No, I think I haven't heard anything
Right.
about that. So that's how you would say
Yeah,
that
the
this bishop
treasure.
is.
There's a rainbow, and at the end of the rainbow, there's a treasure of the rook on f1. So yes, just as you were saying, Anna, you move the rook. This too is a very cold double attack. So if you put the other rook on d1, then the question is, are you so happy about the fact that you've left this rook here? And I don't think the answer is yes. I just don't think the answer is a yes. So we would go queen h4,
Yes.
of course. Now, the very attractive move knight f3 has a consequence. Of course, you are happily defending the checkmate threat, but now that knight was actually defending the pawn on c4. This would be a strategic, any trade of the c4 pawn for the c6 pawn would be a great strategic success for black. You'd sit there and say, now look at your e2 pawn. Now how happy are you?
And the rook coming to the c file. This would be
A
already
dream.
an advantage for black.
Exactly. A dream. I'm not feeling that as maybe white will have to do something as annoying, and I definitely do want to say that this is annoying. Like this, takes. I'm going to move the. Oops, that was. You mentioned mouse slips. There
Yes,
you go.
I do that all the time. Don't worry.
Of course.
The queen d2 and to be protecting everything.
Right.
But still, it is black who's playing.
Exactly. It feels like somewhere a slip happened. I'm not exactly sure where it was, that black went from equality to the more comfortable play. Yeah. Hate that when it happens. Do you ever have that in your chess games? You feel like you're preparing, and with white, all you're doing is finding equality. And with black,
that's
all
so
you're doing
annoying
is
when it happens. Yes.
finding a disadvantage.
Yes, there are some variations that you don't like, and you are like, oh, what if my opponent plays that? And then you are really fighting for equality, and it shouldn't be like this, because
Right.
you are supposed to be having the advantage as white.
Exactly.
So what happened?
Exactly. You want your money back.
Yes.
Like just a second. Something went wrong. The DVD did not bring me joy. Okay. Where is Luke Manueli? Right here. He had a bad day yesterday against Pavel, and e5, as mentioned, was Sergei's choice. I was just, as we were starting, mentioning that Bobby Fischer, in his opus My 60 Memorable Games, had explained why this position with the move e4, e5 is in white's favor. And that is why when I played the perk, I didn't like this move knight c6. I was playing knight a6 and other variations as well. So e5, knight takes, c3. So I love pointing out this beautiful
Nice pawns,
chain of pawns. Now, if we could put a pawn on f6, that would be just like
The finishing touch.
Yes, the definition of a powerful chain of pawns. Black had better get in the move f7, f6. King's Gambit players will appreciate this position very much from the white side. Castling, the rook is very active suddenly on f1, whilst the king is safe. And Luke has to do something. Bishop g4, queen e2. Okay, that one's a bit perplexing, except I do understand it. Okay, so everybody and his brother would castle.
Yes.
Of course, why not? You would just simply castle. The idea of Luke's play, I think, is connected with the variation rook d8.
And the pin on the d file.
Yes, precisely.
And
the pin
yes, also
on
the
d
f3
file.
knight is pinned, so this is pinned all over the board.
And knight takes e5 is the big threat, okay? So in order to sidestep that line, the move queen e2 by Sergei, this pawn structure is so powerful, essentially black is dead. Strategically, this is a lost position for black unless he gets in the move f6.
Which would not be very recommended right now.
Correct.
He wants to get that move.
Right. So, in fact, this is a strategically lost position. Black has only two ways of getting any kind of a playable position. One is to play c7, c5, which unfortunately violates the rules, you know.
Just a bit.
f6, however, will cause the loss of the queen, obviously. And now the immediate rook d8, white can sidestep the threat of knight takes e5 with either bishop e4 or bishop c4. I think I'd go for bishop c4 because I like targeting my opponent's king. So after bishop queen e2, I beg your pardon.
Rook a d8 was played by Luke,
Anyway?
but he has thought for quite a while. He has an hour and 6 minutes, and Sergey 1 hour and 26 minutes. So that's already a big difference, and it's just move 11, 12.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So rook d8. So let's say bishop c4. Not a big happiness here. Only two choices, queen d7, so that you can play bishop e6. Queen a5 feels like a Scandinavian
Yes,
gone wrong.
it does.
Castles, getting out of the knight takes d4. I find nothing attractive about this position for the second player. So let's try queen d7 instead. Castles, and basically bishop e6. Again, if I don't play f6,
Mr. Bishop e4, but both are very tempting, as you were saying.
exactly. Bishop e4 was his choice. And again, queen d7, queen a5 just feels bad.
Feels misplaced on
Right.
a5.
So I'm going to try queen d7, castles, and again, I've been thumping the table that if you don't play f6, you lose. And you'll lose without a shout,
Yes.
is the problem. And after the game, you can quietly ask your opponent what I did wrong. And, you know, he'll explain to you that you just got a very cramped position in the center and you died long before you had to resign. That's all there is to it. So now, though, after f6, yay, can black fight off his chains? What do you think? It's an intriguing pawn sacrifice, I must say, for white. Let me just show you one possible pawn sacrifice. Takes.
And d5. And those e7 and e5 pawns are not really the healthiest in the world.
You're not going to enjoy them.
No, the bishop on g7, crying.
Yeah. But the real problem is that if your knight ends up on b8, it's going to take you a while. Now, having said that, you still got to win the game. White is having fun, and I prefer white, but you know, it is a pawn sacrifice. Is there another possibility? Is for those of us who actually do like pawns, you might, go the other way and say, okay, let me get out of the E file, out of the way, with queen b5. Not completely convincing. Do you have an approach that, as white, you might like here? Oh, sorry. I think
I like
it's
yours
actually
instead of castle. You think that
well,
there could be an improvement?
I'm not sure. I'm saying when the queen's not on a5, the king would be safe on the queen side as well.
Yes, a quick castle queen side, and then every f takes e5 would be like opening the d5 for the rook.
Here's an idea. What do you think of this one, Anna? Tickle, or as we would say, putting the question to the bishop. If you take...
You take back with a pawn. Oh, look at that pawn change once again.
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan because white's king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It still
I mean,
feels like you like a few tempi.
Yeah, this is where I've provoked my opponent to sacrifice a piece.
And this is what
But
Luke would
maybe,
go for.
but maybe I would regret having provoked my opponent into that sacrifice. So I'll I'll slap myself. Castles.
I think the castle and pawn sacrifice was really a tempting line for me at least.
Right.
I would enjoy that position.
Okay, and again, we would get that position from this trade and d5. So we mutually agree that this is nice play for white. By no means it signed the score sheets, you're busted or anything, but it at the highest level, it's so rare that these guys get this great opportunity to attack the king. And this almost feels like a free attack, not something that Luke's going to enjoy.
No, he's not enjoying it as far as we can see from his
Yeah,
face.
he looks stern, doesn't
Yeah,
he?
so
By the way,
fortunately
at the
for him.
board, have you ever played Luke? At the board, he's like a real warrior. He's got that ferocity going for him. By the way,
How many times you played against him?
Oh, too many to count. I mean, we played in the Dutch league, Blitz. There, in Holland. Holland was always a very good country for chess, and there was a lot of tournaments. So I got a chance, and of course we're teammates and the rest of it. So I feel like I know Luke very well, and I know that he's one of those players that's always been enjoying the attack. There are many defensive-minded players, and Ulf Andersons of the world. There are counterattackers like Victor Korchnoi, but Luke had always been one of those. I want to be first on the front line, making the action. Here he would be on the back foot. And we have yet again a third
Bishop
choice.
E3. Yes,
Now-
trying to castle queenside, that's what you were suggesting, without the queen on
Right.
a5.
Right, so bishop e... Oops, excuse
Yeah,
me.
without castle.
Oh, I'm sorry. So bishop e3, f6, castles, takes, d5.
And now d5. This is also very interesting this way.
Also agreed, because in this case, since we've left our rook here, this idea of h3 first of all, or h4 and h5, this bishop on e4 is actually looking that
Yes.
g6 pawn.
That would explain why he went for bishop e4 and not bishop c4.
Exactly.
So he didn't want to prevent f6. He just wants to finish his development as quickly as possible and give mate.
Exactly. Ooh, very, very exciting. We'll take one more look at the game before we go on our first break.
And Wesley Southgate, shall we go back to that one?
Sure.
Because that was really exciting too.
Okay.
What
happened?
Yes.
Bishop takes h. We kind of left it exactly here.
Yes.
Queen d7. Now, knight h2. Again, you might ask yourself, well, what's the point of this? Really, again, I know it sounds terrible, but it's really defensively minded. Okay, so the idea is, in this position as white, you have one essential goal. Your goal is to kick the knight out of c5. You're going to play b3. You're going to play a3. You're going to play b4. You're going to get a nice roller over there. The nice part is black can't stop that. He simply can't stop it. Okay, so Wesley feels that he'll get around to it. What he's really concerned about always, whenever you play against the King's Indian, you're always concerned about one thing and one thing only, that you're going to get mated because the guy's going to go f5. That's strategically you're going to win the game, but you may get checkmated while you're winning the game strategically. So what's the purpose of the move knight h2? It's a defensively minded move that is aimed specifically against f5. In other words, this knight on f3, this knight on f3 is no great shakes. Like, what exactly is it doing here? We can't tell you. But if we move it over to e3, guess what?
Huge improvement.
You're not getting in f5. Similarly, if we move this knight from f3, also, we just move it to the g4 square. You're not getting in f5, and I'm going to get in h5, and I'm just going to, I want, what white wants to do is freeze black so that he has no play on the king side, and then eventually he'll get to his queen side play. Knight h2, idea, or idea of queen e2 and knight g5. Now we mentioned that black's bishop is no great shakes and it would like to get onto the h6 diagonal. Well, how to do that? Well, we're about to show you. h5, first of all, stopping knight g4. And what black has in mind is a very direct g6, king h7, bishop, bishop. And we might see that, for example, as follows. If I just follow Wesley for a second, we're going to get a position that looks like this. I will move my queen, and after bishop here, I'm going to start my play. You can't play f5. I'll take it. h5 is hanging. My rook is on it. Why is my rook on h3? Don't know. We'll bring it back one day.
Yes,
Yeah.
we had to exchange the light square bishops, but now it really looks weird there.
Yeah.
Also, when you play knight h2, you know, it's
Right.
just for a temporary moment, but the rook on h3 looks just so ridiculous.
Right. One other thing that white can do is white could play, and this is actually a funky thing. One of the things that players should always try to do, no matter how stupid your pieces look, find a purpose for them.
True.
Okay, find a line where you take advantage of your own piece. So here we look at this rook on h3 and we go, that's got to be the stupidest looking rook we've ever seen in our lives. What can we do to show that it was a master plan? One of the things that Wesley could do is he could play the move f3. And suddenly you could say, ooh, after g4, my rook is beautifully placed.
Yes,
if you
look
take
at
my
that.
pawn, look at this. My rook is on the attack, right?
It is.
So-
and the other rook comes to the f5 or h5
File,
directly.
exactly. And then suddenly you go, oh, what a genius I am that my rook was on h3. So oftentimes I played some really, really bad games where I've misplaced my pieces, and it turned out to be wonderful because the way the line went was I was trying to exploit the square that they were on, even when they look completely stupid. I could show you some fine examples, by the way. But it looks like a very interesting game going on here between these two
Yes, indeed.
superstars. And we're going to take our first break, and we'll come back in 10 minutes.
Yes,
Hope-
and I hope that
Yes,
our
please.
audience will not leave because we
Yes.
have another video prepared for them.
Oh,
so
you do?
just for you, the players answered what's their favorite chess quote. So we will learn something wise now before we all go on a break.
Okay.
What is your favorite chess quote?
Favorite chess quote? Actually, I really like the one of Bent Larsen. If you have to be a chess grandmaster, you have to win the White at least once.
Well, I think it's famous statement of Tartakover that in a chess game wins the one who did mistake not for last, but the one mistake before.
Never say never.
Something like chess is life, but life is not only chess.
My life is chess, but my life is not only chess.
If I win this game, well, then I will thank God on my knees. But once you won the game, you will never thank God anyway. Yeah, so.
chess fans, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. I'm your host, Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, welcoming you to round 3. And during our break, my eye was drawn to the game of Yi Wei versus Ian Nepomniachtchi. Terrible, I get it wrong. The game just blowed up. When we left the game, it was a poison pawn Sicilian, and Ian had essayed a move that was very new to my eyes. He played the move e6, e5, which I had been explaining that black players love to keep the Sicilian structure of a6, d6, e6 intact, and it's extremely rare that they would move either of their central pawns, especially this early in the opening. But there went Ian with this extraordinary move, e6, e5. After a straightforward knight at f5, I had also considered capturing on e5. The knight is gorgeous on this dominant square. Ian didn't want to have that knight remain there. He played the move g6, bishop f2, attacking the queen as usual. This move, queen takes b2, would be an egregious error because of the answer knight a4, trapping the queen. So Ian played the move knight c5, walking into b2, b4, but then after g takes f5, the position is really a mess. And I can only say, don't enter such waters without really great preparation. I feel that Ian, if anybody has an advantage in terms of preparation, it would be Ian. He may have just simply caught Yi Wei in a variation that the Chinese grandmaster is not familiar with. Having said that, what's going on in the position? Well, your guess is going to be as good as mine, I can assure you, because this is a really wild and crazy affair. Now, the good news for white, and it is very good news, is he doesn't have to capture the knight on c5, and I suspect he shouldn't, and that it would be, in fact, a bad move. For example, b takes c5, queen a5, and with all of this tension going on over here, as well as this knight hanging, you don't want to capture this knight. Having said that, you do want to capture the knight in time, but what to do in the meanwhile? Should you capture the pawn on e5? For example, takes, and play something very crafty, like, for example, knight d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, making pretensions of queen takes e5 threats, as well as capturing this knight under more favorable circumstances. I don't see that. I see that queen e6, black is going to be happy. So how to take advantage of the situation? I suspect that the best move is something as simple as castles. It's always very nice, of course, to get your king into safety. I'm not 100% sure. I wouldn't call the king side actually a safe side. That is to say, the g-file is half open. But having said that, castles looks to me to be a reasonable move. Maybe when I go so far as to say a good move. Now, black's turn. If you take on e4, I think I'm actually a little bit happy about this, because there's issues along the f-file that black might not like. For example, some move like bishop c4. Again, you're holding at bay this recapture of the knight, and you just want to make sure your pieces are ideally placed so that when the position does explode, the rook on f1 will be in ambush with the bishop coming also against the f7 pawn. I still haven't worked out all the complications. It's not an easy situation to understand, and I suspect I would need a supercomputer along with a couple of hours to enjoy this position. I'm just going to advise yourselves to have some fun with it. Don't just turn on your computers and say what's what, but imagine that you found yourself in this position, either as white or black, and try to make heads or tails of it yourself first. Then compare your thoughts to what the chess engine is going to tell you. And I'm going to say that in such complex tactical positions, the engines are incredibly good and will be able to fact check you. Also, I just wanted to share one thought, that after castles, I think that the move knight takes e4 is actually really wrong. This knight takes e4, f takes e4. This knight on c3 was actually a target in some lines where I took on c5. Now I think this is a position that white would really like, because black's king is the one that is now the target as it's stuck in the center. It's not going to go queenside, and it's definitely not going to go kingside anytime soon. So I would see this position as favorable. Again, I'll just say that, I surrender. Hands up. I have no idea what is the evaluation. I noticed that indeed Yi Wei has just castled. So we'll take a look at the game of Wesley So and check in on our Grand Chess Tour winner, how he's doing with Richard Report. Well, that's refreshing. After knight h2, h5, I was here with Anna Rudolf, and I was mentioning that Wesley could try to make hay from the fact that his rook on h3 is stupid and misplaced. And one way of doing that is to play f3 followed by g4, when maybe the rook on h3 is not so stupid. Well, guess what? That is precisely what Wesley did. And after g6, g4, Richard is in thought, as with the king side potentially opening up. And I don't think that black should necessarily embrace opening up the king side. For example, I would see h5 takes g4 as being a major strategic error for black, and I would want nothing to do with this position, as white's play is very easy. He's going to play g5, he's going to play rook g1, he's going to play h5, and he's going to enjoy the business. So, having said that, I suspect that black's main move should be king h7, and a full-bodied fight in store for us. I'm being told that there's a real fun game taking place in the Challengers group with the Dutch champion Jordan van Forest, and I'm being urged to have a look at that game. So let me bring up that one on my screen in just a second. And I'm looking for Jordan. I see Erwin. Hold on. Now that's Eric. Oh, pardon me. He will be white. Whoa. Okay, that's weird. Let's see how we did this. E4. The Caro-Kann, I understand. C6, C4. Okay, this is a nice way for white to get into isolated queen pawn position. D5, E5. Well, what is that? Jordan, what are you doing? Okay, I probably had this position in my career, I'm going to say 50 times in tournament play and 100 times in blitz. And I as white or my opponent as white has ever played the move e5 against me. So it's almost impossible to imagine that on move 3 you can make a novelty, but for me this move is new. e5. Well, Tingley, she took, which looks very reasonable to my eyes. It's also kind of funny. Black could copy her opponent and play a move like d5, d4, grabbing space in the center. Just as white grabs space with the move e5, black could also play d4. But this looks like a very direct move. D takes e4, bishop takes e4, queen d4, queen e2, bishop g4. Uh-oh. After f2, f3, bishop h5. Oh my. Knight c3. Can't guess the moves. I'm doing a very bad job. I would have thought that e5, e6 is just screaming to be played. e5, e6 would have definitely have been my choice if I had been in white shoes. Jordan just played knight c3, e6, followed by queen e4. And black captured the queen. These are tough decisions. I'm not a big fan, I must say, of queen takes e4. It seems to be helpful for white. I'm pretty sure my choice in the position would have been for bishop c5, angling. It's not a checkmate, but it is a pretty impressive check. I wouldn't want to help my opponent with this trade of queens. But queen takes e4 was black's choice. Knight takes e4, d4. Ooh, giving up the two bishops. Bishop takes. That looks helpful. And Jordan now is suddenly enjoying a very nice position. He's got all of this nice clump of pawns in the center, and it's very clear he wants to castle, followed by knight c3 and d5. I'm told that e5 is not a new idea, that Ivan Ivanisevic played it against Jordan himself, and so Jordan thanked his opponent Ivan Ivanisevic for bringing this move e5. I'm not impressed by the move, but hey, sometimes if a new idea can be inspiring, and that's what you need. It's just confidence coming into the board. All right, let us go back to our Masters group, and let me bring up the game of our world champion. Oops, wrong screen. Where are you, Magnus? Dmitry. All right. When we left it, the players have followed pretty much our expectations that I was having with Anna. Dmitry Andrekin, looking at this position, played a move that he really didn't want to have to play. As I mentioned in that segment, c4 takes d5 really improves the view of this bishop on a6, looking down at this pawn on e2. And it seems to me that Magnus is actually stands better. I prefer black's position at this moment. Knight f3, knight h6. Again, very straightforward idea. Bringing with this pawn on, with no pawn on g3, with the missing white pawn on g3. The h4 square is a magnet for black's pieces. Knight f5 to h4 is on black's agenda, and hence we see this move bishop h3. And Magnus has just played the move f5. Ooh, I like that move very much. That move really, it looks strange at first glance, but if white were to make en passant, it would just open up the floodgates for black's pieces, and after queen takes, and or rook takes too, by the way. Rook takes is a very decent alternative. It's white's king that is in jeopardy. Black's play is very clear. He just wants to bring as many pieces as quickly to the king side as possible. And don't forget that even rook takes f3 is a potential capture to be concerned about. If you don't play en passant, then black can either play with g7, g5, which is very compelling, in order to play g4, or he can simply reroute his knight nicely once again to the g4 square. Compare the bishops for a moment in this position where the f5 pawn is allowed to live. This bishop on h3 does not inspire. The bishop on a6 does. Also, black is about to grab the only open file in the position with a move rook c8 with a tempo. So I like Magnus's position very much. Let me turn to the game of Sergei Karyakin, because that too was a very intriguing game. It came from a Perk defense. Interesting moments early in the game. Queen e2 was an interesting decision. Bishop e4 versus bishop c4. Some tough choices. Bishop e3, again, very intriguing play. f7, f6, castles long. And now, not the immediate. I was looking at this position with Anna, and we were looking at the immediate d5. Just a moment. Forcing black's knight to b8, and then I liked ideas like h4 as well as h3, and this idea of playing a future h4 and h5. I liked white's compensation very, very much, but Sergei improved. He decided his queen on e2, which of course is in a pin to the bishop on g4, is better served on the better placed on the c4 square, queen c4 check, king h8, and he didn't sacrifice the pawn. Wow. I'm surprised, to put it mildly. He didn't sacrifice the pawn. He took on e5. I thought his intention had been d5. This looks like a very evil intention. If you could drive the knight back to b8, something along the lines of h3 and knight g5, it just has that crispy feel that white's position plays itself, as the old-timers would say. g2, g4, h3, h4, it all looks good for white. Sergei didn't like being a pawn down. He just played d takes e5. Okay, one thing that geometrically my eye is drawn to the fact that the bishop on g4 stands as a tactical target. As soon as the queen moves, this bishop will capture the knight on c6, and the bishop on g4 needs protection. Hence, a move like queen dropping back to e6. Okay, but now let me do something a little bit nasty to show why Sergei could very easily have been drawn to such a line. If he could get black to cooperate for a moment. Go queen c8, takes on c6, takes on c6, takes on d8, takes on d8, followed by knight g5. Well, we all know what comes next. The smothered mate with knight f7 check and knight h6 double check, leading to mate. So this is why Logue is actually thinking where he should move his queen. Black definitely has issues. If he goes the other way, if he goes queen e6, bishop c4, queen f5, it's the potential that the queen is misplaced on f5 is very, very high indeed. I'm just not a big fan of black's position here. Again, if I can get black to cooperate and I can get all of these moves in, then this bishop on g4 makes a woeful impression. Wow. So, serious problems for Logue van Wely here. One thing I should mention, of course, is that if he does play queen c8, and after bishop takes e6, black should definitely be taking along the rook trade with rook takes d1 check, so that, first of all, the f7 square is better protected against these knights. And secondly, no matter how white will recapture on d1, fortunately in this case, the knight will actually be in a pin. So it's not just wham bang and easy win. Having said that, I just like taking pawns. Bishop takes a7. That's a very nice pass pawn one day. And if you take, this is not a nice play for black. White is having all the fun. I have a new move from Luke. And let me just update, refresh. Whoa, was that playable? Knight takes e5. I didn't even look at that move. Whoa. What the heck is that? Okay, sports fans, I'm having a hard time here. What has Logue anticipated? Knight takes e5. Now, of course, with a double attack against the queen. Knight takes e5. The knight attacks the queen, the rook attacks the queen, so black doesn't have the time to simply play bishop takes. Because of knight takes d7, black will be forced to capture with the queen. White takes the queen. So right now it's 2 rooks for the queen, but white has an extra knight. And now after bishop takes e5, this bishop on g4 is protecting the rook. That's clear. But after h3, well, the players have reached our position. h3 actually, pardon me, h3 actually, there's rook, pardon me, rook to e1, and fortunately black is in time to hold on to his material. So let me take the move h3 back, for example. Remember a moment ago when I was saying that Sergei's move queen c4 had a nice purpose? Well, I can play bishop takes g6, picking off a pawn, and then play queen takes g4. So for example, h takes, queen takes, and this looks very nice for white because, whoops, I just ripped off black's entire kingside. I think that this is a tactical miscue by Luke. Let me go back to that crazy Najdorf. Oh my goodness, that ridiculous I mean, this is what youthful players should be doing. I mean, they shouldn't be playing like myself or Ulf Anderson, these old guys who are making draws. You should just you should be enjoying your life. And as young as these players are, they're going to have fantastic careers ahead of them. So let's just play an explosive game, and that's what Yiwei and Ian have delivered for us today. So kudos to them. When we left it, I told you this was a complete mess. And the chess engines are going to run circles around me and make me look bad. But I did recommend the move castles, and I felt that after knight takes e4 trade, white should more or less be happy with this position, because after takes and takes, it's black's king that's still stuck in the center. It's not going kingside or queenside anytime soon, and white has ideas of just utilizing the f-file vis-a-vis the moves bishop c4 and bishop h4. Hence we see this very natural move bishop e6. First of all, very cleverly denying the bishop on e2, the c4 square. Okay, this looks like a very useful tempo. Rook b1. You certainly, as black, don't want to see this rook crashing into the position on b7. So let's say a move like, I don't know, queen c7 or maybe queen c6. And we're getting another massively complicated position to try to evaluate. Very, very difficult. It's so unusual. Both players have their trump. When the bishop comes to f6, it's basically keeping black's king in the box. But this bishop on e2, either it needs to go to h5 or g4. I suspect it needs to go to g4. This is a great defender, this bishop on e6. And what's the body count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for black. So somewhere in all of that complexity, Ian has managed to snap an extra pawn. Whether or not he's going to die with a full tummy, that's a different question. My first impression is, and I do like pawns, I would prefer white's position, that the tactical compensation that you have for this for the black king being stuck in the center. You know, we talk about the 5 elements in chess: space, time, force, material, pawn structure, and king position. Well, before the end game, the gods have placed the middle game, and right now black's king position is the one that has my attention, and I think that the pawn is good compensation, and it's easier to play white's side. White just knows that he just needs to bring his pieces as quickly into the game as possible. Let us go to the game of Wesley So versus Richard, because that's been an intriguing affair. We saw the position, after g4. King h7 as expected. Rook h1. The mysterious rook move. However, in this case, it's not so mysterious. The problem from white's point of view, well, not the problem, the issue from white's point of view is he wants to be in position when, he wants his forces to be in position when the position explodes, opens up. And this move, rook h1, we can imagine that if we take on h5, we take knight f1, we can imagine, for example, that we would want to be in position for our king to crawl across, my arrow didn't work, to the queen side without hanging the rook. That's point number one. So the mysterious move, rook h1, not only prepares to keep this rook defended, he is hoping that, and he's also hoping to discourage black from ever playing the move h5 takes g4, because then the rooks could very well find themselves doubled on the open file. From white's point of view, let's play some bad moves for black for a moment. a4, queen e2. Let's play another bad move for black, rook a5, knight f1, and we can see that these rooks would be just absolutely delighted by any trade. We're going to play g4, g5, followed by h4, h5, and everything just going perfectly, swimmingly well for white. So from white's point of view, this move rook h1 is preparing queen e2, followed by knight f1, followed by knight g3. And when white's king wants to make a dash for the queen side, the rook on h3 will be defended. Black has just played the move rook g8. Obviously, black has no interest whatsoever in capturing on g4 for all of those reasons I've just mentioned. And I says, I'm looking at an incredibly stupid idea, so forgive me. The idea I was looking at was g5, and in case of a move like bishop g7, knight g4, again, incredibly stupid idea. Don't ask me why such things come into my mind, but I had this crazy notion of simply checkmating black on the h file. You can get the idea that sometimes things don't always go as planned in my game. So let me update the board. Rook g8. So no, I'm not going to play the move g5, of course. I'm going to play queen e2, preparing to remaneuver this knight to the g3 square. But now I'm wondering why Wesley needed the move rook h1. Wouldn't that tempo have been better served by playing queen e2 right away? And only in this case, knight f1 to g3, and then to make a determination which would be the best square for the rook on c1? Not sure. But okay, this is the position after rook g8. I'm anticipating queen e2, followed by knight f1 to g3. I prefer Wesley's position. I like his space, and I like his options of attacking black's king. With the queen on e2 too, by the way, another idea worth mentioning is there's an f3, f4 type of a break so that the queen could capture on h5. Game definitely heating up. Good stuff going on in the third round. Let's go to the game of Ariban. Ariban, of course, qualified for this fabulous event by winning the Challengers group last year. Today he faces the experienced and wonderful player from Armenia, Levon Aronian. When we left it really in the opening stages. Knight d7, bishop d3. I was banging the table for knight takes e5, d takes e5, g5, bishop h5. A line of play I just think is cool. And you should play cool chess. I think that this would have been cool. Levon, who's a cool player, actually just went castles. A little mystifying to me. Queen h5, f5. Now, again, he's definitely ready to play knight takes e5, most especially now that his pawn is on f5. And after knight df3, trades, lots of trades. Boy, there was a real hacking going on there. Bishop d7, castles. Well, black is doing just perfectly okay. Perfectly okay. Rook f7, g4, rook f8, gf5, and now g6. Hamana. g6. Wow. Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to get my Zen on here and understand what's going on. Okay, so everybody will ask the direct question, what am I doing after takes on g6? Of course, rook takes f3 is embarrassing. So what does Levon have in mind? I suppose he wants to recapture. Queen g4. And is this one of those positions where it's something like a perpetual check downstairs? I suppose this is no risk for black. Wow. Okay. Now, again, I'm a pawn grabber. As much as I'm thinking, okay, it's nice to secure a draw. I always look if there. Once I see a draw in a position, then I think, okay, let me look and see if I can find a way of winning it. Okay, there's also the move Queen B1 check, and going over here and nibbling some pawns. In this case, because of the pawns being so weak on G6 and E6, I suspect that this is a line that Levon should best avoid. I mean, you're winning pawns on the queen side, but white is probably winning too many pawns and with check for that. So it looks like Queen D1 check and a perpetual is in sight. Let me just make sure I've got the perpetual. Why do I have a perpetual? Check, king, king. I don't think I have a perpetual. That's not fair. I was sure I had a perpetual. So in this case, Levon may end up having to take on f3 and getting that position that we had a moment ago. This is actually very nice for white. Well, how did this happen? Let me just get up to date with the play. After g6, I'm looking at f takes g6, and I'm wondering what exactly Levon has in mind. f g6, h g6, queen g4. Ariban to play. I don't see any move other than rook takes f3. I can do it a different way. I can go rook takes f3, rook takes f3, rook takes f3, and only now go after these pawns, because in this particular case, then it's different. I've got a pawn on c3 I can capture. Whew! Okay, for a moment there, I just had a serious shock that Levon was in trouble. I see he's not in trouble. G6 is well timed, well played. Takes, rook and follow it up very precisely with rook takes f3 and rook takes f3, and black is fine. Let's go back to Sergei Karyakin's game against Loke Van Velde. When we left it, I thought that Loke may have missed a pretty important point, tactical point, at the end of this combination, where he gave up his queen for two rooks. there's this really nasty move by Sergei Karyakin, which he found. Not a surprise, bishop takes g6, and Loke is in trouble in the sense that his king side is about to be destroyed. After takes, queen takes g4. The point is both this rook on d1 is hanging, as well as this pawn on g6. And black's king side is just not very happy. Rook d6, I can even, if I so wish, check and take yet another pawn. Luke Van Velde in trouble. Let's go to the game of Anish Giri. Where is Anish? He is playing against Radislav. And, whoa, this was this e6, e5. And it actually happened. I was saying to, in the earlier broadcast, that for me, the move e6, e5 is a very double-edged decision by black as he's opening up the game for the two bishops. And Radislav played the move d5 rather quickly, and that's okay. It shows that the move e5 didn't come as that much of a surprise. But I would have taken some time out here to just think about the ramifications of e5. In short, I like that the position has been opened up for the two bishops. D takes e5, knight takes e5, bishop e2 was an alternative. On a good day, white is planning to advance in the center. That wasn't white's choice. d5 right away. Knight came with a tempo. I've actually anticipated this line, as did Anish, doubtlessly. Queen c6, rook b8, change, a3. It still looks a little bit like something for white. That is a good move. I suspect that we're still deeply in Anish's preparation, because he would have had to anticipate this line of play by white, because the grandmasters, they're always attracted to those lines where they manage to maintain their two bishop edge. And this is some very precise play. Knight, rook d6 and knight d5. Very impressive play by Anish. And I think he's fully neutralized white's edge. Let me update the position. We've just seen e4. And after e4, rook came back to d7, and the knight came back to b2, heading for the great blockading square d3. Well, the jury's still out. I like the blockade on d3 very much. The 2 versus 1 majority. I think I would prefer to play white here, but only by a smidge. I don't think that there's much in the position for either player. You're blockading a very good and very powerful pass pawn in the center of the board that's got to count for something, and I see that this is being a well-played draw. Let us go to the game of world champion Magnus Carlsen. And after this eye-popping move, f7, f5, Dmitry went into a think and came out with king h1, king h8. Okay. I suppose that black is going to need that one day. I might have been more inclined towards the knight f7 immediately, aiming for g5 and g4. Also, I think it's always nice to grab open files with gain of tempo. King h8, rather restrained play by the world champion. Rook g1, knight f7, and let me just update the game. we have knight f7, and that has been the last move. Dmitry is thinking about his situation. Well, I still have a slight bias for black's position. I'm just not sure how white is going to solve the question of what would he like to do with his light squared bishop. I mean, it's all well and good to say, well, we're going to sacrifice it on f5. Excellent. If it works, you're a genius. If you're not, you're a piece down. And bishop takes f5, I don't see any reason why it would work in these positions. And I really don't see why white would ever want to try to drop double rooks as well. Well, in the first case, g7, g5 is an issue. In the second, if black just plays rook g8, the rooks on the g file may not get anywhere, and rook c8 is coming. I still am kind of confused. Why didn't Magnus want to play rook here, queen here, and only now knight f7? Okay, that is something we're just simply going to have to ask him. In the meanwhile, we do have this situation, knight f7. And again, the question for white is, what is he going to do as a light squared bishop? The only thing I can tell is that after knight f7, let's just make a move for a second, queen d2, rook g8. The only thing I can tell is that, that Dmitry is going to have to play e3, reroute his bishop, and just simply allow the trade. Having said that, is this a position that you really want to play as white? And my answer is no, you don't. As soon as this knight is booted, black's knight comes to a very nice square g5, where he's hammering against all kinds of important squares in white's camp. It just feels that black enjoys the more comfortable play. I like Magnus impresses. He continues to impress from tame, well-known openings. Somehow he finds a way of putting problems on his opponent. Let's go back to the game of Richard and Wesley. Interesting point. Wesley has just played this move, queen d1. I mentioned that I thought that Wesley was going to play queen to e2, followed by knight f1, followed by knight g3, and away we go. Queen d1 was Wesley's choice. Always when you think about the question of what is the better square for your piece, e2 or d1, our inbuilt instinct is to be up the board, hence the move queen e2. In trying to find a justification for the square d1 over e2, I must say, and it's a good one, that this knight, at times, we know that long term this knight on c5 is going to get booted. White is going to play b3, a3, b4 one day. So even though the knight looks good on c5, it's not what you would call the most stable. So there are times then that black might have been looking at the opportunity of playing knight c5 to a4. Well, guess what? This move queen d1 just stopped that. That took that option away. I also mentioned that on a good day, white might actually be considering a king walk, getting the king over to the queen side before going on the attack on the king side. So having the queen on d1 versus e2 might make such a plan more attractive. Having said all of that, I still like queen e2. All right, but Wesley definitely for choice, as I feel that knight f1 to g3 is going to give white a very nice game. Let's go back to the game of Sergei Karyakin versus Luke Van Relly. Wow! Talk about a hack job. Okay, after bishop takes g6, the rook came back to d6 immediately. Queen takes, and this is a different... in that previous variation, black had a pawn on g6, and that just actually made his king more vulnerable. So queen e4, double attack. The bishop hacked off a pawn, takes a6, and this is the position. Well, for those of you who pride yourselves on knowing your pawn structures, take a good look at Luke Van Welly's pawn structure and don't do this at home. In my view, white is winning. It's really very easy, in fact. In my view, funnily enough, it comes down to this pass pawn on a2. Well, this potential pass pawn on a2. White just simply goes b4, a4, b5, a takes b5, and then he goes a5, a6. And this pass pawn is going to cost black a rook. Black will doubtlessly win this pawn on g2, and he can enjoy it. The king will go to b3, and I just feel that this is a winning position now. Let's just show some actual moves, how this might well occur. Oh, there's even something to be said for bishop d4. Okay, but anyway, b4, let's say rook g8, a4, rook takes g2. You get an idea of what I'm intending now. I just want to go b5 after capture. Well, actually, black had better stop me from playing queen takes a6. Otherwise, I don't even have to sacrifice a pawn. Also, I noticed for the first time, and shame on me, that besides b4, there's also this very nice move, bishop d4 check. And I hadn't realized it at the time, but after e5, bishop c5 is a tempo, and that this pawn on c7 is also hanging. That would mean that this bishop on h2 is really off sides. So it seems to me, actually, now that I'm looking at the position, that Sergei actually has two very, very promising ways of winning the game. One is with bishop d4 and c5. The other is just pushing his a-pawn to coronation. All right, before we go on our second break, I just want to take one more look at our tournament leader, Pavel. He's playing against the number 2 player on the scoreboard, Bentala. And when we left it at these parts, some kind of savvy little move, queen e2, castles, rook d1, knight b6. Knight b6. Knight b6. I'm not sure I fully grasp that move. Knight b6. I suppose it's an attempt by Pentala to actually punish Pavel for his mode of play. Normally speaking, black is looking to fianchetto the bishop on c8. Just a second. Okay. Oops, that went wrong. Pardon me. Normally, I was about to say that a7, a6. Yeah, I've done something wrong. That now I can't. There it is. Yeah, normally speaking, black is looking to fianchetto his bishop on the queen side, either with a6, b5, an aggressive way of doing it, or simply with b6, followed by bishop b7. Another normal move for black would also be bishop f6, knight e4, b6. And again, just getting this bishop as quickly as possible to b7. So this move, knight b6, wasn't my first thought because it steps in the way of fianchettoing the bishop. However, it gains a tempo against the light square bishop, bishop b5, bishop d7. Very nice. The bishop comes out this way, d4, takes, knight b4. This also looks like a very safe way of handling the isolated queen pawn position. Yeah, I may surprise you by telling you that I actually like these positions a lot for black. I played them throughout my career. I've enjoyed playing against the pawn weaknesses, and I think that black's position is really more than okay, and that in my experience, I enjoy playing the black side of these positions. I don't know what the chess engines are telling you. Maybe they like this rook being on g3. It looks very attractive, of course, to be squaring up. But with the light squared bishops off the board, especially, the trade has really benefited black a great deal. I think black is very fine, and there are some light squares also. Yeah, notice that knight takes, and one day this knight could get to c4 after trading on e5. There's some light squares on the queen side that are very attractive. Also to mention that queen a4 is another nice post-up square, if you can get it, for black. In the meantime, that bishop on f6 is a monster. Yeah, bishop f6, it just defends so very well the g7 pawn. I just don't see how white's attack should ever succeed. Let us see. One last look. Which game? Yeah, one last look, and then we're just going to take a break. I wanted to see Levon against g6. Abidjan did play the move queen g5. He couldn't make the move f5 g6 work, and so white has played this, and Levon should be doing simply excellent. So we're going to take a break, our second break of our round 3 of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. I hope you've been enjoying our coverage. I, like you, are looking forward to the players joining us after the game, but we can't always be certain that they will make themselves available. We can only hope. We'll see you at the other side of the break.
That is my favorite Tata Steel Chess moment. Maybe when tournament is over and if I play good.
Many very nice restaurants here in like.
Maybe from fish restaurant, which is closed already, unfortunately. But okay, in fact, there are a lot of moments because atmosphere in the Wijk is fantastic. Chess atmosphere that I like very much and appreciate.
When I won the Tata Steel Challengers, that was my favorite moment since I qualified to the Tata Steel Masters.
A dive in the North Sea, just to celebrate it's over. But yeah, that's basically my finest moment.
Hello, chess fans, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Festival Chess Tournament. This is your host, Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, looking at the game between Yiwei and Ian. I like White's position. I like his attacking chances, and the Chinese Grandmaster is thinking about two very attractive moves. The first one is e5, e6. That's extra groovy move. The idea of the pawn sacrifice, well, first of all, we have this terrible threat of queen d7 check and mate on the next move, as well as e6, takes f7 check, winning a rook and the game. That would force black to capture the pawn, taking away the square for the queen. So after the rook retreats, rook f4, attacking the queen. There's not that convenient move queen e6 for black, and he'll end up having to drop back with his queen. Let us see. If he drops back with g7, the king is still stuck. I mean, and this is a very nice position for white. Pawn on h6 is hanging. Rooks are easily flooding the e-file, and black's king is still not finding sanctuary. He can't castle thanks to the queen on d2. So that is a very nice move. I'm not 100% sure it's necessary, however. White could also draw back with the rook. Rook f4, queen back to e6 takes, queen takes e6, and just pick up the pawn with rook takes e4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very nice position. Again, it's about king safety and being as direct as possible. White's king is safer than black's, and that makes a big difference. He did struggle over whether or not to sacrifice the pawn with e5, e6, the move that I was attracted to. He did play the move rook f4. Doubtlessly, he was thinking about e6. Let me just again point out the line that might have occurred. It looks very similar to the position that is probably going to be achieved anyway, and we thought to himself, well, why not have the extra pawn on e5? In other words, this black pawn would be on e6 currently, and Wei is thinking that, well, he can use e5, e6 as a future battering ram. Ian's got some serious defensive work ahead of him. If he tries to play a move like rook g6, which, covers the pawn on h6, covers the sixth rank, making e6 a little bit more difficult, and on a very good day, and it would have to be a very good day indeed, being able to play king f8 to g7, well, white has another opportunity. He can also try to open up the queen side with this move rook c2, c4, with this idea of bringing his rook on b1 into the game. I'm a little bit surprised that Wei didn't sacrifice the pawn, because e5, e6, that really looks like a very good position. Again, they're likely to achieve a position like this, and after rook g6, well, it's going to be a tough slog for black. I mean, black is under a lot of pressure, but he has reasons to be optimistic that he can hold the position. All right, let's go back to the game of Magnus. Let me go back to the game of Wesley So for a moment. The game of Wesley So, things really have gone. We left it at the move queen d1, bishop g7. In the broadcast, I've been talking about the fact that this bishop on f6 is actually very passively placed and needs to go to the h6 diagonal, which Richard did. Bishop back, bishop h6, king f2. Okay. I thought that Wesley's intention might very well have been to march with his king across the second rank, but now already with the bishop cutting off the king, I thought that knight g3 was going to be the main move, hitting the h-pawn, and on a good day playing king f2. He played king f2 right away, which is fine. Bishop c1. Well, that sure throws a monkey wrench in White's plans. Bishop c1. Of course, the bishop cannot be captured because of the simple knight d3 check with a royal fork. Winning the queen. I wonder if this was all bishop takes b2. Did Wesley want and fully intend to sacrifice his pawn on b2? Perhaps he did, thinking that the bishop would be woefully misplaced on b2. Bishop c1. That's cute. Okay, taking the pawn on h5. Bishop f4. Knight back to c3. Okay, now I'm having a hard time guessing a number of the moves. Knight back to c3. Well, no question about it, the action is on the king side. The problem with grabbing on g6 right away is that after rook takes g6, you might think, okay, this knight is beautifully placed on the f5 square, and it is, but White's rooks on h3 and h1 make a bad impression, so that after knight f5, simply rook g8, and it's actually Black's rooks that are controlling the crucial lines. So Wesley did not capture on g6. You want to capture on g6 and play h5 and so forth and so on, but knight c3 was his choice, and an understandable one, as Wesley is eyeballing the opportunity of bringing his knight back. And again, it's, student body right. They all have to go kingside. Knight c3, e2. The good news for Black is that in capturing this pawn on b2, he secured for life the knight on c5. Maybe this move, king f2, was simply a bad move. If so, if the move king f2 turns out to be wrong, an error, it'll be the first outright mistake I've seen Wesley So make in I don't know how long it's been. It's just incredible. He's on a fantastic streak of like 40-odd games, 44, 45, somewhere in that neighborhood. His last loss in classical chess was to Magnus Carlsen in Bilbao in the summer of last year, 2016. And I really liked the way he had played it right up until this moment, and I thought the main move was knight g3. King f2 allowed this annoying move, bishop c1, and he ended up sacrificing his pawn. So at this moment, after knight c3, I think Richard is right back in the game, and all three results are possible. Wesley's given up, I think, the lion's share of his advantage. Let's turn to that crazy game. Well, I thought it was crazy, at least, between Yi and Ian, and something has just happened. Well, after the move, oops, let me turn my auto update off. After the move rook f4, a blunder by Ian. He played the move queen d7. I was expecting queen e6. I didn't queen takes e6 check. Ooh, a very nice move indeed by Wei. Takes rook down, and suddenly, and out of the blue, Ian is winning an exchange. You have to play rook g5. You can't play rook e8 because thanks to the fact that this pawn is on e6, after rook check, there's no king e6. That was why White first played this pawn sacrifice, e5, e6. Very, very nice. And it's hard for me to imagine that Ian missed e6. Maybe he feels that he can defend this position and exchange down. Well, I have serious doubts. This looks very, very promising for the Chinese player. Take the rook, we check, drive the king backwards, we bring our rook over to h7, and bad things are happening here. This looks very good for White. Well, let me just see, is there another? I'm just thinking that Black's position is so awkward that there might be even another way for White to play the move. For White to play the position. He started with the move rook d1 check. And this looks like a very good move as well. There was no reason to grab the exchange immediately, simply because the rook ain't moving. So there's rook check, king goes back, there's rook h7. This looks like a very nice idea as well. H6 pawn is hanging, bishop is about to pick up an exchange. There's rook h8 check in the position as well. All kinds of bad things are happening to Ian at the moment. This looks very good and likely winning for White, and the players have reached the position that I have on my analysis board. I don't see a good answer for Ian. Oh my. Even if I play a move like c5, c4, hoping that this pawn on a3 will be lost, I'm just wondering about the move rook takes h6. That looks terrible. A complete collapse is going on here. Even though I haven't won an exchange, I've just grabbed a very important pawn. I'm eyeballing another as well as a rook. Bishop takes g5 and rook h8 check. It's all going swimmingly well for the Chinese players. He's playing very, very strong grandmaster from Russia. c4, Ian did play c4. And I'm wondering how he's going to handle rook takes h6. This looks terrible. All right, let's go and update the game between Sergey and Luke Van Velde. When we had left it, and apparently I missed an opportunity, or pardon me, Sergey missed an opportunity as well. When he played this move, bishop takes g6 earlier in the game, and Luke dropped back with his rook. Oops. Sorry, I had it on auto update there. When Sergey dropped back with his rook, when Luke dropped back with his rook, Sergey captured on g4. Apparently, bishop d3 was an even stronger move. Nice tempo against this bishop, and there's also queen e4 ideas with threats of checkmate, as well as the bishop on e5 is hanging. what Sergey did looked good enough for me. He took on g4, but maybe bishop d3 was even stronger takes. And when we left it about these parts. And we're up to date with the players now. Let me just see. After king b1, very, very nice position still for Sergey. He hasn't spoiled anything as far as I can tell. It looks like his queenside majority is good enough to do the job. Having said that, queen takes c7, rook takes g2. Having said that, if Luke has a hope in the position, it has to be tied to his passed e-pawn, but it's not running away at the moment. The bishop on f4 would be hanging, and there's also this move bishop d4 check. So maybe Luke's hopes are actually tied to his h-pawn. He would have to bring his rook back either to g7 and to try to bring his rook to the h line. It still looks like a very, very good position for Sergey. Let's go to the game of Magnus Carlsen. I'm told that there's a potential for a repetition in that game, whereas I really thought that Magnus had a great position. We left it here. Magnus, after knight f7, Dmitry played rook g3. Magnus played rook c8. Let's do this again. So, okay, rook g3, rook c8. Maybe something also to be suggested for g5 and g4. I'm told that there might be a claim of a 3-time repetition. Let's see how it happened. We'll see. Dmitry up from the board to yes, and we do have a repetition. I think Dmitry had walked to the arbiter Pavel to explain that he was about to make a move that would repeat the position for the 3rd time, and Magnus did not contest the claim, and a draw has been agreed. Well, I think Dmitry got lucky. He escaped the bullet there. Rook to g3, rook c8, queen d2. I'm just wondering about g5. Perhaps Magnus didn't want to play g5 and allow bishop takes f5. I'm not sure, but g5 looked very compelling. Rook c8 also looked very attractive. And knight e1. That's a surprising retreat. I might argue that Magnus underestimated this retreat because he's doubled up. He's got this battery on the c-file, but the knight on e1 protects the entry squares of c2 and c1, and this rook is ready to challenge along the 3rd rank, the c-file. Queen e7, f4, rook a3, and this is how the players have made a repetition. So an escape, I believe, for Dmitry in this game is he was worse, and I think Magnus is going to be upset that he didn't do more. The critical moment, if I could put my finger on it, was right here when he played this move rook c8. It really strikes me as the critical test of the position would have been g5. I don't believe that white would hold if he just, slow played it something like this. I think that black's initiative on the king side is essentially too strong, and that maybe Magnus didn't like the piece sacrifice. Is this enough compensation? I sure doubt it. My goodness, I mean, it sure looks very good for black, if you were to ask me. Bishop takes e2. I'm liking black's position a lot. But there you have it, our first result. Let me make sure of that before I say it. Yes, all the games are in progress, so a very tough, heavily fought round, and our first result of round 3 is a draw by the world champion. And let me just check in on Levon's game. We do have a major piece ending with queens and rooks. Rook takes, pawn takes, and closer to a likely draw going on here between Abidon and Levon. All right. More interesting games. We'll drop in on Pavel's game for a moment. Not too much has changed. After rook, we left it at rook g3, bishop h6, king h8, bishop c1, king g8, and a potential repetition, but no, said Pavel, I would like to play on. He has played the move rook g3 to h3, eschewing a draw by repetition. Was this a justified decision? I don't think so. I think that black is absolutely fine. Clearly, white's last move, by the way, is he's eyeballing an opportunity to play queen on e2 to h5. Black can, if black finds nothing else, if the captures, I mean to say, if the captures aren't working for black, then queen e7 to e8, just putting the kibosh on any invasions of queen e2 to h5. Queen trade would be most welcome by black. On a good day, white would actually like to reroute his knight from e5, bringing it to the d3 square, so he can potentially put pressure on this e6 pawn. The problem is that bishop takes d4 is good enough. An answer. There's knight takes c3 as well. So I don't see exactly what white's next move might be after queen e8. In other words, his pieces are already in good positions. I don't see how white improves the positions of his pieces. Let's go to the game of Wesley So versus Richard. There you are, Wesley. Let's see where we left it. We just left it at the position after knight c3, f5. My goodness, that is really optimistic. f5. Wow. Well, the game just blowed up. f5. So you take on g6, you take on f5, rook g8, with the nasty intention of rook g2. White drop back with his king, king f1, and now white is dreaming to play knight e2 and take away that bishop so that he can deal with the effects of the rooks on the open g file. Whoa, very, very enterprising sacrifice. A bit of a gamble, but it might pay off here because white's rooks are so poorly placed. If white could take off his h-pawn, it'd be virtually made on the board. So what is Richard going to do? I mean, of course, it would be nice if he could treble on the g-file, but this knight on f5 is simply covering the g7 square. What to do, what to do. The knight on f5 is so strong, I'm contemplating an exchange sacrifice. The problem is I simply can't make it work. If we sacrifice an exchange with the intention of playing queen g7, rook g1, thanks to the knight, pardon me, to the knight on e2, protecting the rook on g1, well, that puts the kibosh on that, and there's simply no attack along the g-file. So rook f6 takes f5 is simply too slow. What else can he be thinking? And you see Richard on the webcam there, really focused in. The problem is he has to be very quick. If he doesn't hit right away, white will be in time to simply neutralize the g-file. So let me try another one. Okay, queen f7, knight e2, rook g2 with the idea of queen to g6, and something bad is about to happen to white. Knight takes, I can even play h5 now suddenly. This looks like it's just not going, I'm not in time. Maybe just a second. I feel like I feel a bit like a machine where I'm flip-flopping my evaluation from one moment highly optimistic for white to another moment being highly optimistic for black. In short, my evaluation is all over the place. So I can play h5, queen 8, f6, and it's a kind of a funny thing. I can actually do something weird here. I'm looking at rook h4, queen here. At the moment, this rook. So if I get a position like this, this is what's going on in my head. If I get a position like this, if this rook runs away, I've got rook g4. Wow. This is weird. I like the fact that Richard, of course, I like the fact that Richard has the only open g-file, lots and lots of compensation, of course. But if white gets in and neutralizes these black rooks, well, he'll just win the game thanks to his extra pawn. I'm being told that some great tactics are going on in the game of the challenger section, where Marcus Reger is playing against Canada's Eric Hansen. Oops. I was supposed to do it in a different way. And let's just take a look-see in on that game. Marcus White, Eric Hansen, black. Eric Hansen scored a fantastic result for the Canadian Olympiad team in Baku. Things blowed up over here as well. Marcus leading the challengers group with a perfect 2-for-2, as is Pavel in the master section. And let me just try to get the zen of the game. I saw the opening and I saw this position after f5, and I thought Eric was fine right about these parts. And let's see how the game progressed. Well, it really got double-edged. Everybody has their trumps. Somehow this position reminds me a bit of a Zaitsev Spanish position. Oftentimes in the Zaitsev, black gets a central majority, white gets attacking chances and a majority on the king side. And there we have a very nice shot on the webcams of the two players huddled over in a very critical position. Queen h5 looks right. h6 to stop this knight from coordinating with the queen. Queen g6, d5. Wow, f6, queen c7, and I'm up to date with the players, and it's almost one of those beauty marks where you go white to play and win, and it looks like there might be some sweet move like rook takes, is it rook takes d4? Takes d4, something like knight h, oh no, sorry. So rook takes d4. Here's where I was going. I was going with knight d5, knight g5 takes, and this beautiful move rook e7, and you're mating the guy. How sweet it is. Don't forget there's a queen c1 back ranker yourself. So hold on, right here. So I just have to stop for a moment. It's knight g5, yeah? We don't need to sacrifice the exchange, so that after h takes g5, rook comes down, and we're threatening mate on g7. Well, that's too simple. There ought to be some nice resource here for Eric. Knight g5. It can't be that simple, can it? That would be terrible. Knight g5. Knight g5 just looks overwhelming. I'm looking at, if I take the pawn, if I take with the pawn on f6 in order to defend the h7 square along the 7th rank, well, firstly there's knight e6, there's queen takes h6 check, there's rook lifts, and this looks all one-way traffic for Marcus Rager. Marcus wins this game, by the way. He'll be at 3 out of 3, and the highest rated player in the field is showing why his near 2700 rating is deserved. Let us go back to that great game that was going on between Wesley So and Richard. Oops, I was supposed to, there it is. I mentioned that Richard needed to do something extra special exactly in this moment, because the rook on the g file are too you need something else. Knight c3 e2 and Wesley is going to consolidate and eventually neutralize black's play along the g file. We can count on Richard. b5. Wow, I like that move very, very much. I'll give that a double exclam, because it's just one of those moves that you need to play. After a move like c4 takes b5, then it all becomes very obvious. The rook comes to the g line, and black is prepared to meet knight e2 with a very convincing response. Queen takes b5, pinning the knight, making sure that there's no way of neutralizing the g file with a move like rook g1. And then suddenly it's all one-way traffic, knight d3 and rook f2. My goodness, this could be a major breakthrough for Richard, who did not start the tournament very well. I believe he's currently on -1, and after c takes b5, the players are actually playing rather quickly. Or c4 takes b5, rook g2 as expected, and now knight e2 simply doesn't work. And if I can see from the webcam. Queen d1, b1, protecting the pawn on b5 so that he'll be able to play knight e2. Is Wesley So doing what he can, hanging on for dear life, is the way it can be described at the moment. He's material to the good, 2 pawns. But his rooks are terrible, and his king is really under attack. Queen b1. The question is if he's getting checkmated or not, and I think it looks bad. Thank goodness for that knight on f5 that is just, for the moment, keeping black's queen at bay. But Richard in the driver's seat in this game, on the attack. Let's go to the game of Anish Giri. I'm told nice complications going on. I love the complications. Actually, I don't. Give me the simplicity. I understand that a lot better. Whoa! Another game that has just blown up. Oh my goodness. So we were back here. We just saw the move knight b2. I was oscillating as to who I preferred. I foresaw the knight blockading the pawn on blockading square knight d3, and Anish said, "No way, Jose! I'll put my pawn on d3 before you can play knight b2 to d3, d4, d3, and these are the positions that you have to calculate very well, because the pawn may not come back." Bishop e3, getting ready to just rodeo and wrap up the pawn with rook d1 and captures. Bishop b6, king f2, closing in on the pawn. f5, knight c4, reminding black that there's a potential for 2 weaknesses in the position, including this pawn on e5. Takes, d2. Oh my. And I think we're up to date. Let me just auto update. d2. Whoa. Okay, well, let's see what Anish has in mind. We'll try the straightforward rook c1 to d1 first. I'm assuming Anish doesn't like being down a piece. We're capturing on d2 with a tempo. Rook takes d7, rook takes d2, knight takes d2. Well, if rook takes a3, knight takes e4, rook b3. This looks like Anish is saving his skin. He's going to be a pawn up. White's going to have very, very active pieces. Compensation, full compensation, but no more for white. So it turns out that Anish's courageous decision to advance his d-pawn on move 28 was correct. This is all looking like Anish is doing very well. And the players have actually, I kind of skipped ahead. The players have reached this position, move 34, and time is not really an issue for either of the players. And we're looking at rook takes, knight takes, rook takes a3. I suppose white could also play f3 takes e4, and it looks like it's closer to a draw. Let us take a look at the game of Wesley, because that is definitely the game of the round thus far. And just a second. There we go. I have to ferret out the games. Okay, so we left it at the move queen b1, queen f7. Basically, as anticipated, black wants to treble along the G file so that he'll be able to play a rook f2 check and a queen g2 and a checkmate and all kinds of exciting things. After queen f7, oh, that's interesting. I thought Wesley would take along the move h5, just giving himself a little bit more space, and maybe on a good day you can use the knight on f5 to play h4. He didn't. He went knight e2 right away, queen g6, and we're up to date. Wow. Okay. My producers, Leonard and Peter, are sharing with me an absolutely extraordinary. This would have been the brilliancy of the tournament. I mean, in Vaikanze we've had some real pearls, but they were sharing with me a computer-generated idea, which is just wow. I mean, it's a jaw. Your jaw goes slack. C7, C6. A move, if I had seen it, is awesome. It's just a gorgeous, gorgeous idea. The idea, of course, is to play queen a7 and eyeball the square rook f2 so that you can play rook f2 check and a knight discover check. And that, my first impression when I see that is it's winning. Guys, is it winning? Would that have been winning? Oh, that's a beauty. That was that. The problem is in our human minds is we don't look at the move c5, c7, c6 because we know that we're just moving our pawn. But if we see queen a7 and queen a2, then we make such moves with c6. But that would have been a brilliant, extraordinarily brilliant follow-up to b6, b5. And queen f7 is probably a mistake. It's probably a mistake. Knight e2, queen g6. Well, the question is, for Wesley, is is this threat of rook f2 check or rook takes e2 and queen g2 so strong, can he simply challenge black? Can he play the move knight e7? And the answer is yes, he should. Because after rook f2 check, I just simply don't get it. You're happy to skedaddle with the king f2 to e1, and there's nothing. There's no knight d3 checks in the position. The queen is protecting. And Wesley is reaching for his knight. You can see that he's saying, I don't get it either. He's just checking to see that he has enough time on his clock, and yes, he does. It's 15 moves. It's the 30, he's on move 34. So time trouble is not an issue, but this would be an enormous swing, I'm sure. If knight e7 just grabs an exchange, then it's all over. And he has played it. He said, Richard, rook f2 check is not an issue. What could Richard Rapport do here? This looks like it's over. Well, intriguingly, when Richard just played this move queen g6, he got up from the board and he is very, very confident. Now I'm curious as to how, when he comes back to the board, sits down, takes a look at knight e7, what his reactions are going to be, because this Wesley is sitting there saying, I don't get it. I agree. It's very, very. It looks all very threatening. all of that action that's going down the G file, but it's not enough. And there's Richard. He calmly writes down the move, looks at his position, and has not responded, and making some expressions like, okay, what am I thinking? Oh my, this just looks over. I mean, over. Nothing to discuss. Richard, looking at a situation, has he taken away the potential brilliancy not only of the tournament, potentially the entire year? What an extraordinary effort that would have been if he had found the move c6 and queen a7. I'll refer you to a game between Jeroen Piquet, a very, very strong grandmaster from Holland, and Garry Kasparov in a King's Indian, where Garry came up with an idea of queen a7 that won brilliantly. Richard, if he was familiar with that game, may have found back here, right here, he came up with an extraordinarily brilliant b5, takes, rook g2, queen b1, and right here he could have followed up with a crowning achievement of c6 and queen a7 with the idea of playing rook f2 check, and knight takes e4 with a double check, and won brilliantly. Instead, now he's beginning to shake his head and realizes that he had an illusion. He was blinded by his own threats. I'm sure he thought that rook f2 check, knight d3 check. This is what I think Richard had in mind. Somehow, when the move knight e7 was played, and it's really sad, but I'm quite certain he had in mind that he had knight d3 and queen g2 checkmate, and somehow this move queen b1, which protected the pawn on b5, it slipped his mind that it also protected the d3 square, and Wesley So is going to win this game. Oh my, huge turnaround. What a game. Let us see. We do have one result. Let me repeat that Magnus Carlsen has drawn his game. Other games in progress include a queen major piece ending between Bhaskaran and Levon. I think that game is heading for a draw. The other game we think that is heading for a win is the game between Sergei Karyakin and Luke Van Welly. I felt that way for quite some time. Let me go back. We got to a position after king b1, and we'll just go quickly up to the game. So it's now two rooks versus a queen, but the two connected passed pawns are brutal. This is also easily winning for Sergei Karyakin. The pawns literally go marching home almost on their own accord. b6, king b4, c5, and just coronate them, promote them. Okay, so that game is a likely win for Sergei. When we had left it, the Chinese all-star superstar, Yi Wei, against Ian, we left it, there was an exchange-up situation. Yes, we saw rook h7 and b4 was played by Ian, a4, c4, trying his best to get as much compensation for his exchange as possible. Rook f1. I'm more of a pawn grubber type. Rook c4. rook d4, grabbing some pawns, may have allowed rook c8 and b3. Okay, rook over, check. Isn't it time to grab some pawns? Finally, he got, and this should do it. The rook, white's rook, beautifully placed, by the way, behind the pawn. Very nice. It's not over though. 6 versus 4. It's not over. There must have been an easier way for Wei in this game. He's still got some work ahead of him. All right, let's take a look at Anish Giri. We left it here. Rook takes d2 was the last move. Rook d4 by Anish. Takes, and the body count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I do this all the time, by the way. I remember telling you the very strong Grandmaster Alex Yermolinsky that I spend so much time counting pawns. He says, well, I spend 90% of my time counting pawns. And that's what we do. So 5 versus 4. Anish's move, rook d4, was a clear indication that he wanted to try for more in the position. I don't think he's going to be successful. This White's fine. This game, in my view, is likely to be a draw. Time trouble, not a factor at all. Radek is doing fine, unlike his game against Magnus, where he was actually playing on increment. I just saw a move from Richard. Let me pop back into that game. Richard did play rook f2 check. He's captured on what has just happened. Okay, so for sure there was a blind spot. Knight d3 check was the blind spot. Rook takes f2, rook f2 check, king takes f2 check. Rook g3 has been played by Richard, but okay, it's playing on inertia at the moment, and Wesley definitely winning. What a turnaround this has been. Huge. Oh my. I don't know what's worse, being victimized by a brilliancy or failing in a brilliancy of your own, making the wrong move in a brilliancy of your own. Both sound terrible. I'm not asking for a poll, but any tweets that you want to share of painful moments, that has got to be two of the more painful moments that a chess player can experience. Failing to make the brilliancy count when it's on when you have the opportunity, or being victimized and immortalized in all of the children's school books for years and years to come. And Wesley So, happily, a rook to the good is going to just make sure that he wins the game comfortably now. All right, let's see. Sergey also winning. Yes, indeed. H5. I think it's too little too late. The king is just going to come to b4. You're going to escort the pawn, and there's very little that Luke can do about that. There was another game that I haven't looked at for a moment, and that was our tournament leaders, Pavel Elyanov versus Pentala Hari Krishna. Time is a little bit of a factor for Pavel. Let's see. when we left it, there was a repetition to be had. Pavel declined the repetition and instead played the move rook h3. Bentala said, okay, I'm taking away your knight. Bishop takes e5 and queen takes e5, rook c6, defending the pawn, queen e2. Let me just boldly point out the obvious. You cannot take the knight, because you will not be happy to discover a back rank mate on the first rank. So rook c6, queen e2, bishop d2, and again, I still feel that black is more than okay, and I have a slight preference for black's position in this game. After the move a4 has been played, and we have a move queen f7. Well, that's taking caution to a new level. Queen h5 is definitely being ruled out once and for all. Knight takes c3 is on black's agenda, and it's just a case of a very good knight on d5 against, well, a passive bishop on d2. Black's for choice. And as we go on break, we're going to stop and have a video interview with Dmitry Andreykin. I hope you enjoy the interview.
Dmitry, you've just made a quick draw with the world champion. What are your thoughts on the game?
No, it was interesting game. I use a new move, knight e5 in opening. It is fresh idea. Bakro will play this line, but Magnus make a surprise for me. Knight e5 and knight g4 active move. And
Sorry, did you count on this knight takes e5 when you looked at this knight e5 move as for white?
I thought bishop b7 is main line. But okay, after knight g4, I think white position is better. But I make a very stupid move, bishop h3. Of course, I must play king h1. And after rook g1, white have small initiative, maybe some chances for attack. And after bishop h3, he played knight h6 and f5, strong move. And after it, I think black position is better. Another critical moment, he can play the g5. And no, it is dangerous position for white. But in final position, I think black have small advantage too, and his accepted was a small surprise for me.
Did he explain to you why he repeated moves?
In which moment?
At the very end, did he tell you why he went for the draw?
No, okay, rook f3 is only move, I think, and rook b3 too.
And you think that black could have tried to play bishop c4?
Yes, I think black can play bishop d7, for example, and after my move rook c1, black have some interesting ideas on king's side, g5 or queen h4, for example.
This is what you would have done if you were playing as black.
What?
Would you have played bishop d7 if you were black, if you were playing as Magnus?
Yes, I don't understand why he not play bishop d7.
There's a question from social media, because the audience can also ask you questions. And one of these questions is from Luke5, and he's asking, what kind of activities do you do after the game to relax?
I like read a book and walk on water.
Is it also what you do before the game?
Before the game, preparation, of course.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Festival. We're in the time trouble phase of round 3. In the game between Ariban and Levon, the players have agreed a draw, and we're looking, during our break, I hope you enjoyed that interview where you just saw that Radek has made the time control with his 40th move, rook to d8. Anish trying to make something happen here. I don't think he's got enough. Maybe he's a little bit better, but should be a draw. And we have, again, this result between these two players, a draw, agreed. So to review or to recap the round as it currently stands, we have Magnus Carlsen draw, Adivan Levon drawing, Anish enjoying the superior side, and whoa, have I seen this right? Still, Wesley has not responded to rook g3. Still taking a lot of time, and I thought it was very, very simple for Wesley, the American Grandmaster, having a little difficulty putting Richard Rapport away, as he only has 7 minutes, even though it's move 37. So it's not a big factor. You're a rook ahead. This is kind of remarkable. I thought that Richard might well have resigned, and I considered the move rook g3 a kind of a spike check type of move, like one final last hurrah, but taking his time, and he's finally played rook takes g3. Well, queen takes h1 simply runs into rook g1, and that's all she wrote. So I'm assuming bishop takes g3 check, king d2 is what Wesley has in mind. Well, it should be winning, of course. Wait a minute. Why isn't everything winning? Why don't we just take on g3 as well? Takes, king e2. Let's be greedy. We're a rook ahead, and I don't see anything. So I'm very curious as to why Wesley took so long. Maybe he thinks that queen takes h1, rook g1, queen takes f3 is not as easy as and queen takes h1 was played, rook g1 as expected. We can imagine queen takes f3 again. Well, I'm very curious why why Wesley would think that this is difficult. I don't think it's difficult. Simply knight takes f4, grabbing material, just trading off. And let's see, he has played queen takes f3. Wesley so to play after queen takes f3. I'm just curious. I want to go back a second. After we saw this move rook g3, one of the things I thought that Wesley could do to win the game easily was knight takes f4. Let me just see if I've miscalculated something. Knight takes f4, I thought, was a decent way of winning as well. e5 check, king would have dropped back, and maybe this simply isn't mate after queen f5. It sure looks very, very good, but that didn't happen. Let me just instead update, and we do have this position. I'm just looking earlier if the knight takes f4 wasn't simpler than the line chosen by Wesley. This is good enough. I mean, a rook is a rook, of course. There's only one thing to not play, Don't play the move rook f1 and allow knight d3 check. That would be more than embarrassing. But knight takes f4 strikes me as one very good way of reeling in the entire point. And I'm sure there are many other winning options as well. All right, well, we'll let Wesley find the most decisive win. And let me look around and check in again on the game of Wei Yi and Ian. When we left it, it wasn't as simple as I thought it was going to be. And with this move, rook b8, Ian is being at his most ornery best, trying to get in some cheapos based upon the move b3 and c2 ideas with his rook posted. And we just saw the Chinese player say, I get it. I understand. I'll play rook b1 to stop that. And now, well, Ian may have to switch to the other side, to the center, pardon me, and try for rook d1. Rook d8 to play rook d2 check. And then there can be a lot of hacking going on. Let me just check this hacking. Rook takes b4, check, back. A lot of hacking. We could get some position like this. I did it in a very brutal way, of course. This is not so clear for the Chinese player. I'm sure he won't want to allow rook d2 and giving his opponent chances. So Wesley has played the move knight takes f4, by the way. Just get whenever you're on the defense and your opponent is attacking, one of your best ways of handling an attack, take his pieces. Get the trade off, get those attacking pieces off the board, and that is what he has done. Okay, and what other games? I will go on break after I see the game of Pavel's, our tournament leader. And Pentala has just grabbed a pawn on c3, and after h2, h3, Pavel in a slight time trouble, down a pawn, rook c6, queen e5, and well, I like playing for a win too, but I think that in this game Pavel lost some objectivity and went a little bit too far in his attempts to perform a hat trick of winning his first 3 games in a row, as definitely the Indian player has the upper hand in this ending. I think the simplest move is queen d7, by the way, which has been played. There's just one threat in the position. The one threat that white has is to go check, force the queen to interpose, and then grab some pawns. So queen d7 is the simplest way, because the king is perfectly safe on the f7 square, where, by the way, it actually performs some good guard duty, attacking this pawn, defending the pawn on e6, and after, for example, a move like queen takes a7, we have a move like rook a6, recovering our extra pawn, and white is going to have to suffer before he makes a draw. So definitely Pentala enjoying the sunny side of the torture. Let me go back to Wesley So. Knight takes f4. Well, nothing to be said, actually. it's a rook. It's a whole rook. Also, we have a fantastic event along with the Masters. Of course, there is the Challengers event, where Marcus Rager, he was up against the Canadian Grandmaster Eric Hansen, and he won. So Marcus has gone 3 for 3 and really laid down the law in the Challengers group. When we left it, we saw this moment after Queen C7, Knight G5. That's an extraordinarily powerful move, and there was just no resources. That was a winning on the spot. Eric thought his best chance was to take on F6, protecting the H7 square along the 7th rank. Queen takes H6 check, Knight E6, and, well, that's it. It's too much. It's both material and attack that White is ready to pounce with a rook lift, a rover, and Black's king is, well, it's terrible, and he's losing material as well. So congratulations to Marcus Rager with an extraordinarily perfect start of 3-0. And we are going to take a break as time control has been made, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes. Hope you're enjoying our coverage.
Your favorite chess book?
I think it's My System by Aaron Imtovich.
No, you doesn't learn it.
Probably Gawain Jones Dragon System.
It's not one book. Probably it's Dvoretsky book series. Yeah.
Favorite chess book? My great predecessors.
Book of Polygievsky, this Grandmaster Preparation.
Hello, chess fans. It's been quite a day here in round 3 at Vaikanze for the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My goodness. We're picking up some action and we're going to recap some games from the challengers groups that ended in checkmates. Real bloody game, bloody round in the challengers. We'll start, of course, with the game of Wesley So and Richard Rapport. Richard blundered. What a game it could have been. This is going to go down as the brilliancy that was not. We're going to go back and recap the position after move 32, rook g2, queen b1. This is a position that chess coaches in the future are going to I'm sure Mark Dvoretsky, if he was still with us, would use this as a vision exercise. Essentially, after the move rook g2, you're thinking to yourself, how do you take this black queen, which is sitting over here on d7, and transfer it to the square f2? You think, well, it's going to have to go through the f7 and g6 route, until you realize there's this extraordinary move in the position of c7, c6, you take the pawn on c6, and suddenly queen a7, and oh my goodness, rook f2 check followed by knight takes e4 double check would have ended the game in black's favor in just simply modern brilliancy. It would have been an extraordinary finish, and it was unfortunate that Richard missed this idea of queen a7. Again, everything coordinating. These doubled rooks on the h file are useless, and black would have won a fantastic game. Instead, what happened in the game was that they had reached this position, and when Wesley had put his queen on b1, he did it with the purpose of defending his pawn on b5. And Richard simply had forgotten that the knight on d3, the square d3 is protected by the queen. So when he got this position after knight e7, he was forced to give up an entire rook and play his attack, a rook down, and he was lost. Wesley captured all of the black pieces, and after the move knight d3 has captured the knight, and he has just played the move knight g8. This was my analysis, and he's just played the move knight g8. And unfortunately for Richard, his king is now being checkmated by rook, knight, and pawn, as black is facing knight coming to f6 check. So let's just play a move for black. It doesn't matter. This is white's threat in the position. Checkmate. And if Richard brings his king to h6, then simply h5 and rook g6 checkmate is on the agenda. So after knight g8, I'm expecting a move, for example, like queen f3, pardon me, to stop the knight from coming to f6, then simply h5, followed by rook g6, followed by knight f6, and Wesley So winning streak, or pardon me, his streak of undefeated games where he has not been defeated will be intact. So a very, very lucky escape for Wesley So. Now, I promised you some checkmates. Let me deliver on my promise. We'll go to the challenger section, and we'll start with the game of Ilias Mirin. He has checkmated Gawain Jones. He did it. This was a very visual move. Queen f3, rook takes d1 check, king h2. That's a move that you always like to play. not grabbing back the rook, but simply playing king h2, and after knight d7, check, rook takes d7, rook g8. Here it comes, everybody's favorite back rank mate, queen takes g8, king takes g8, rook d8 mate. When I was a young boy, I got the book Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess. The entire book is about one tactic only, the back rank checkmate. I thought to myself, the American world champion, what is he? He's a one-trick pony. All he knows is back rank checkmates. Well, it's a good one. There was that checkmate, and then there was a checkmate that Benjamin Bach. This was really shocking. Benjamin Bach has lost. And where was that game? Just a second, I'll pull it up. There it is. Against Vladimir Dobrov. Vladimir was a qualifier. There was a tournament earlier, in the fall of last year, that qualified him to the B group. And we left it, we have this situation where Benjamin essentially is a pawn up in a rook and pawn endgame. Every chance, every expectation of winning against a lower rated opponent. It was White's king who walked into a checkmate. And he really needed to show his talent here, I can tell you. h3 takes, rook came up, rook came over, and somehow Benjamin seemed oblivious to what was taking place. And there you have it. Very nice little checkmate occurring in the game of Benjamin Bach. F5 checkmate is on Black's agenda as well. If you block like this with rook e6, then comes check, and the same checkmate has occurred. So a big setback for Dutch chess here as Benjamin Bach goes down to Vladimir Dobrov. All right, let's go back to, was there another game actually? No, that was Eric Hansen lost. So a very bloody round in the challengers. I see one draw only and one game in progress. Let me check in on Jordan Van Forest. A potential for another checkmate, by the way, in this game. Wow, what the heck is going on here? Black has doubled on the second rank. Takes, check. Well, my first impression is that White's in serious trouble. I don't know if that's true. It'll take some analysis, but it looks very good for Ting Yi Lei versus Jordan Van Forest, young lady from China. I think she's making her debut here in Vaikanze. I'll just have to check with our ever trustworthy researchers and producers to make sure I'm being accurate in that. And let's go back to the master section where the Chinese player is playing Ian in a very complicated exchange up ending. We left it, there was a rook on b1. I think, yes, we had left it around these parts. Rook came to b1, rook came to f1, check, and rook came back to d1, rook to b8. So this is our current position. We have the impression that if we go back just a few moves, that after the move rook e7 check, back here we have the impression that king e7, a draw was offered by Ian. And we do have a draw, by the way, I believe, in the game between Pavel Elianov, our tournament leader. He was playing against Pantalia Harikrishna. who was in second place. A hard-fought draw, and I thought that Pentalya had the better of the play. And there we see on our monitors the Chinese superstar Wei Yi, considering how he intends to win this position, or whether it will be yet a draw as well. A very, very lucky escape for Ian earlier in the game. There's no question he was losing. And we're going back and looking at the monitor. We see Richard struggling against Wesley. So let me bring that game up on my screen. Where are you, Richard? There you are at the top. And indeed, as expected, Queen F3 was played. H5, the same mating pattern as mentioned. Rook G6, Knight F6 is coming. King H8, Rook G6, and there we have it, a handshake. And okay, let me just again, we'll start from Queen F3, H5, King H7, Rook G6, check, Knight F6, check, and after King E3, Richard crashes to defeat. Wesley So, winner. Wesley at +1 now, getting himself back up in the leader group. And I'm sure Richard is going to be devastated when his chess engines point out one of the great brilliancies of the round, what could have been. There you get a view of the playing hall. And let me just see what other games are in progress. Pardon me, that's the Wesley game. Luke Van Velde. Well, Luke has been struggling, and now it's a good time to resign. It was 2 rooks versus queen, but these 2 connected passed pawns of white. White returned, gave up his queen, so that one of his passed pawns are about to promote. He's just played the move B7, and this is it. C6, C7, essentially unstoppable, and white will promote a pawn to a queen, and that will be all she wrote for Luke. Luke expressed his fear at the opening ceremony. He said, ask me how, after round 2, if this is going to be my year. Well, we can ask him after round 3, and it is not going to be his year, as Sergei Karyakin is about to win his first game of the 2017 Tata Steel. Let's see. The final game, again, Wei Yi, looks like a draw. It looks like we're going to have 2 decisive results. In this round. I'm told that Loke, at the drawing of lots, he drew the number 13. And is that a superstitious number? The 13th world champion, Garry Kasparov, will tell you that that the number 13 is a lucky number. By the way, I lived in Seattle in an apartment building that had no 13th floor. It was a kind of a funny building, 26 floors, but there was no number 13. Apparently, nobody wanted to buy an apartment on the 13th floor, so we had a 12th and 14th floor. Okay, anything else going on in the Masters? Or of all of those games, just one game in progress? The Loke Van Forest game. Okay, let me check in on Van Forest. Bishop B6 check. Now we can actually look at this position and see how bad or how good is it. It looks very, very good for black. Bishop B6 check. If we take the bishop, Jordan, the G2 is hanging with a check. Let's see, where do we want to go? Let's say King F1. We take, And there's just a lot of pawns that black is ahead. Knight takes is still not completely dead. I suspect that it's winning, though, for black. Black's rooks are simply too strong along the second rank, and Jordan is suffering. So again, just one last look in on the Masters. And we have 2 games in progress. Sergey about to win, and again, does we is playing for a win. All right, good. Let's take a look at that. So after check, after rook d1, rook b8, we played rook on d1 to d4, not going for the repetition. b3 was Ian's choice. C takes b3, rook takes b3, and we're up to date with the current position. Okay, so let's just have a look. What does we have in mind here? Something like, well, rook takes e4, what else? Rook check, king up. And I'm told, hang on everybody, we do hope to have Wesley So come and share his game. He's probably analyzing with Richard as we're speaking, and if he is available, that would be wonderful for us. Okay, so what on earth could Ian do here? Well, usually if you were to ask me, I would start with taking some pawns. Rook takes g2, and then suddenly rook c6, and white is for choice with rook takes e6 check, and the bishop is hanging. The time, by the way, huge discrepancy in time. Thank you, Leonard, for pointing that out to me. 21 minutes for the Chinese player versus well over an hour and 12 minutes for Ian, as the players are in the second time control. Ian has played much quicker than his Chinese colleague. And c6, as we see Sergei Karyakin preparing to promote his pawns to a queen. He's just played the move c6, and Loke's dream, not much of a dream, is to try to get into a queen and rook, queen versus rook only situation, which is a loss, but has defensive chances. But I don't think he's able to get even that lost ending. So let me go back to this game of Wei Yi as we, again, keeping our fingers crossed that Wesley So may be joining us. Let me just update my board. Rook takes b3, so I'm looking at why Wei Yi is taking so long to play the obvious move, rook takes on e4. It's not clear. And still Locus playing. Well, let me bring that game up. I mean, I really have expected him to have resigned for some time now. But, okay, after c6, check was played. King a6, of course. And now again, c7 is on white's agenda. A spike check. Spike check. King b6, another spike check, and king c7. And we can stop because there's simply b8, queen, and white will have one more guy, one more pawn than Luke. All right, that is definitely dead. Back to Wei Yi. And after rook takes b3, again, I'm not really too sure. After rook takes e4, why Wei Yi is spending so long on this obvious capture. Maybe he's a little bit concerned about king d6, the idea of, and finally, we do have a hearty hand clasp as Luc Van Velde has resigned his game and Sergei Karyakin his first victory in the tournament. Hard-fought victory. And we do have a move by Wei Yi. He didn't take the pawn on e4. I suspect his reason, whether justified or not, was that he didn't take on e4 because he was a little bit concerned that maybe black's king, after the move king d6, this is more awkward for him to try to win. If black gets his king to d5, maybe he saw some problems, some issues that he didn't want to address. That was why he played the move rook c7 check first, and only after first driving the king to the king side and away from the d5 square did he take the pawn. Well, first impressions are that this is a winning position for the Chinese player. The extra exchange should win the game. Let me see. In one case, I was suggesting that the king was going to go to d6 and d5 and make White's life a little bit awkward. Well, here the king can go to f5 with similar ideas of making it difficult for White. Rook goes behind the pawn, rook c4, check, king d3, rook takes g2. Well, there's still difficulties to be had here. This may not be the way that the Chinese player will want to try to win this, because I can easily see an opportunity for Ian to play e6, e5 and put his bishop on f4 when he has excellent drawing chances. So king f5 might still be awkward for the first player. And we see Sergei and Luke sharing some light thoughts of what were the critical moments in this game. It seemed to me that it was a game that Luke really didn't get out of the opening in an equal position. He tried the double-edged perk. Sergei seemed very well prepared and was very confident. We're back on the webcams. You can see the two players, Wei Yi and Ian, and I believe Ian is about to play the move king f5 after rook takes e4. Given the opportunity of grabbing this pawn on e6, doesn't strike me as something that black should allow. Hence, the suggestion of king f5. Maybe there's something to be said for king f1. In general, you don't like to be passively placed. But well, still some kicking in the position. Bishop d2, still some kicking. For the moment, the e5 pawn hasn't been captured, and on a good day, if we can rush it up the board, it could definitely create some issues for the Chinese player. Well, I'm just going to take a very short break. I will definitely be back with you. I just want to confirm, or at least try to confirm, that indeed we will be joined or get the opportunity to have Wesley with us in our studio. Don't want to leave you hanging, so let me find out. I'll be back very shortly. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2017 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. I'm delighted to be here with Sergey. Sergey, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us. We were looking, before we came on air, with the game between Ian and Wei Yi. Your knee-jerk thoughts, drawing chances for Ian?
Yeah, well, of course he had drawing chances, but objectively it's hard.
Exactly. But you played a fantastic game today. Your first win in the event. You were playing against Luke Van Belly. Let us go from the top, and I'm going to turn over the controls to you. All you have to do is this one.
Yeah.
This one, and then that will work as well. So tell us, first of all, Perk was a surprise.
Well, of course I didn't expect that he would play d6 first move. I was thinking about neither. I was considering should I play a3 or not. But
we wanted to ask you. So this was going through your mind before your preparation.
Yeah. I spent all the evening trying to understand should I do it or not.
And what was your conclusion?
This I cannot say.
Okay, we'll hold it in reserve. But the Perk defense, surprise.
Of course it was surprise, and here it was another surprise because normally Black plays knight h5, and actually I knew that knight d5 isn't simple, but it is very rare move.
Okay.
And here bishop g4 is right. Of course I can go to the ending, which is slightly better for white, but Black is also kind of solid and didn't want to do it, and so I wanted to get some more forced play, but here's the problem that I cannot play bishop e3 because knight takes e5 and
also, what did you have difficulties? Bishop c4 was also a consideration.
Bishop c4 is possible, but then next he will play knight e5 and c5, and it didn't look clear to me.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know. But also actually he can consider to sacrifice. I mean, maybe it's not good for him. I don't know, but it has to be it has to be considered.
Good point.
But bishop e4 after bishop e4 at least he cannot sacrifice because knight d4 immediately here I have knight x d4 which is winning.
Cute.
And if bishop f3 then I can take with the queen, and here again he doesn't have knight d4 because of bishop d5, and okay, so it doesn't work. So
right.
At least I was ready for this, but unfortunately he has f6, and here he takes, and okay, my first intention was to play d5.
Exactly.
But he can go just simple knight b8, and
you have beautiful compensation. But where's your win?
But then his knight would come from d7 to f6, and if he gets there, then
you don't have beautiful compensation anymore.
No more compensation. And then I found queen c4, but unfortunately here the critical moment was after queen e6. I didn't see if I have any advantage because bishop d5, queen f5, and here if I take the pawn, he has some strange move rook d3 and
disturbing,
not simple at all. I mean, I would think what to do. Of course I can go to the endgame, which is around equal probably, but of course it's not what I wanted to do. And knight x e5 I was
blunder.
No. I mean, it's not a good move. I have seen why, but I was spending some time here, maybe considering some other moves like bishop takes b7, which is probably also better for white, but bishop g6 is simply stronger. And rook d6 is probably the only way to play because otherwise
this is easy.
Yes. Rook d6, and now I have queen h4, which is important, and queen takes c7. And here it's important that I
there was just a moment there, Sergey.
Later? Or?
No, just before. So right here, rook d6, as
Yes.
was played,
Yes.
and you play queen takes g4, which was my analysis, and it just went. But we, have these horrible things called chess engines that people look at, and I don't. And those evil monsters called chess engines suggested bishop d3, and they thought that, well, queen e4 was very unpleasant.
Actually, I have seen bishop d3, but I didn't see queen e4.
Oops, okay.
It's very simple.
Okay, well, what you chose was certainly winning as well. Okay, let's see how it goes from here. So then it went queen e4, and this all was very forcing, and now you have b4, b5, a5.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean,
Yes.
probably even computer can underestimate.
Yes, exactly.
I have very easy plan, and it's not easy for black at all. I was expecting bishop e5 just to
return.
Just to return, and of course, I'm probably much better here, but he can try to make some kind of fortress with rook f6. But I mean, it's very unpleasant for him anyway. But
Exactly.
it was better.
Better choice.
Yeah, but here I forced him to play e5, and I already don't believe that it's good.
Exactly.
Yeah, rook e8 is actually a good move because now he forced me to take on c7,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't really help. Yeah, and here, okay, rook a8 is normal because otherwise, if for example rook a6, then I have very strong bishop f8 and bishop g7 is coming, and for example some nice line like this is swinging.
Nice.
Yeah, but rook a8 is actually normal. Before bishop h6 is normal. Yeah, and here I think it was much better for him to play rook g8 and then to bring bishop to g7. And of course, white is clearly better, should be winning, but it was a last chance. Or I can play b6, or I can bring my queen to e4. But he should have played it.
Okay.
And here it should be lost. It's clear.
Yes.
Yeah, here probably I had many ways to win, and I don't understand why I didn't play queen e4 immediately. Probably it was much easier, but still.
Now, sometimes you have these fixed ideas of just
Yeah.
bringing your king and going c5, and if it's good enough to win, you don't look at too many alternatives.
Yeah, it's actually very hard for black to do anything, and queen h4 I calculated it well, and I expected him actually to play rook b1, but after some line, for example, like this, he gives me thousands of checks, and unfortunately queen takes f6 doesn't work here.
Oh.
But I can play simple king e5 and
No rook e1 check.
yeah, no rook e1 check, and it's easy win for white.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, and then rook f4 is a bit unlucky for him.
Yeah.
He's not in time. Yeah,
Right.
and c6 is not the only move. I can even play king c4, which is also winning. But c6 is probably the only move to keep. Not to allow him to get a rook against queen.
Right. It's terrible that his only chance is to get into a lost ending. Yeah. But very nice. How do you feel about the tournament? I can say you've played here many times and you're a previous champion.
Well, actually, here I'm completely fine. I had two promising positions in the first and in the second round. I was better in both games, but I didn't. But it didn't work somehow, and unfortunately I made two draws. But today, of course, I'm happy to win.
Very good. Sergey, thank you so much for joining us,
Thank you.
and good luck in the rest of the tournament. A
Thank
pleasure to have you. Thank you, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Sorry that we couldn't bring you other players, but it was certainly our pleasure to have Sergey Karyakin join us, and we wish you all a very good evening. Looking forward to round 4 tomorrow, which will be starting the same time, 1:30 in the afternoon, here from the Demorian. I wish you all a pleasant good night.